Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills common. Consideration at report stage of Bill C-19, Budget Implementation Act 2022, standing in the name of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Before we start, I have to read a ruling by the Chair. There are 63 motions and amendments standing on notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-19. Members will remember the Chair's ruling yesterday on the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Finance, and more specifically on the amendment of Clause 135, which was declared null and void. Dans ce contexte,
in this exceptional context, motions numbered 4 and 5 on the notice paper, which are related to the same clause and seek to rectify the procedural issue the Chair identified, have been examined, and the Chair is satisfied that they meet the guidelines expressed in the note to Standing Order 76.1, bracket 5, regarding the selection of motions and amendments at the report stage.
Accordingly, motions numbered 1 to 63 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I shall now propose motions numbered 1 to 63 to the House.
Motion number 1, Mr. Albas, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 52. Motion number 2, Mr. Albas, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 53. Monsieur Albas,
Mr. Albas, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 135.
Mr. Blakey, seconded by Mr. Cannings, moves that Bill C-19 in Clause 135 be amended by adding after line 2 on page 256 the following.
2.1, despite subsection bracket 2, the provisions of the Select Luxury Items Tax Act, as enacted by subsection bracket 1 that set out the tax on subject aircraft, come into force on a day or days to be fixed by order of the Governor in Council, which day or days may not be fixed before September 1st, 2022.
Conformément à l'article 76.
Pursuant to Standing Order. No, moving on to the next motion.
Seconded by motion number 5. Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 in Clause 135 be amended by adding after line 2 on page 256 the following. 2.1. Despite subsection 2, the provisions of the Select Luxury Items Tax Act, as enacted by subsection 1, that set out the tax on subject aircraft, come into force on a day or days after September 1st, 2022, to be fixed by order of the Governor in Council. Motion number 6, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 136. Monsieur Albas, appuie.
Mr. Albas, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 137.
Motion number 8, Mr. Albas, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 138. Motion numéro 9.
Motion number 9, Mr. Albas, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 139.
Motion number 10, Mr. Albas, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 140.
Dan, this is some of your best work.
Monsieur Albas.
Motion 11, Mr. Albas, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 141.
Mr. Albas, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 142. Motion number 13, Mr. Albas, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 143. Motion numéro 4.
Motion number 14, Mr. Albas, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 144.
Motion numéro 15, Monsieur Albas, appuyé par Monsieur Lawrence, propose que le projet de loi.
Mr. Albas, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 145.
Motion number 16, Mr. Albas, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 146. Motion number 17, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 147. Motion numéro 18.
Motion number 18, Mr. Olbers, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 148.
Motion numéro 19.
Motion number 19, Mr. Olbers, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 149.
Motion number 20, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 150. Motion number 21, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 151. Motion
Motion number 22, Mr. Olbers, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 152. Motion number 23, Mr. Olbers, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 153.
Motion number 24, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 154. Motion number 25, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 155.
Motion number 26, Mr. Olbers, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 156. Motion number 27, Mr. Olbers, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 157.
Motion number 28, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 158. Motion number 29, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 159.
Motion number 30, Mr. Olbers, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 160. Motion number 31, Mr. Olbers, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 161.
Motion number 32, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 162. Motion number 33, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 163. Motion number 34, motion numéro 30.
Motion number 34, Mr. Olbers, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 164. Motion number 35, Mr. Olbers, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 165.
Motion number 36, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 166. Motion number 37, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 167. Motion number 38, Mr. Albaz.
Mr. Olbers, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 168. Motion number 39, Mr. Olbers, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting the Clause 169.
Motion number 40, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 170. Motion number 41, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 171.
Motion number 42, Mr. Olbers, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 172. Motion number 43, Mr. Olbers, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 173. Motion number 44.
Number 44, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 256. Motion number 45, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 257. Motion numéro
Motion number 46, Mr. Olber, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 258. Motion number 47, Mr. Olber, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 259.
Motion number 48, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 260. Motion number 49, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 261. Motion numéro.
Motion number 50, Mr. Olber, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 262. Motion number 51, Mr. Olber, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 263.
Motion number 52, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 264. Motion number 53, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 265.
Motion number 54, Mr. Olber, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 266. Motion number 55, Mr. Olber, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 267.
Motion number 56, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 268. Motion number 57, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 269.
Motion number 58, Mr. Olber, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 270. Motion number 59, Mr. Olber, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 271.
Motion number 60, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 272. Motion number 61, Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 273.
Motion number 62, Mr. Olber, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 274. Motion number 63, Mr. Olber, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-19 be amended by deleting Clause 275.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Madam Speaker, and you did a heroic effort there to go through all those, and I can say, Madam Speaker, I appreciate you putting those on the floor so we can have a good discussion about them today. Before I get into the report stage amendments that we've proposed and some of the experience at the Finance Committee, Madam Speaker, I thought it would just be important to have some high-level discussion, get into that, and then I'd like to broaden this subject. So I would ask honourable members, I'm going to be speaking quite a bit about the report stage amendments and the approach the Conservatives have, but I would also hopefully that they'll find most of the speech relevant to the issues we have. Now, in the movie Glengarry Glen Ross, Alex Baldwin plays a sales manager where he tells his sales agents, ABC, always be closing. Now, this is a classic movie for people in sales, but I can easily visualize the Prime Minister at a very similar chalkboard with the Finance Minister saying, ABS, always be spending, always be spending. And the approach of this government, Madam Speaker, has always been consistently on that side. There is nothing that they could not find money for, particularly for pet causes of the Prime Minister or for his electoral coalition. Now, Madam Speaker, Conservatives want to see proper spending, value for money. We know the value of a dollar. Every dollar that the Canadian government receives, and by the way, Madam Speaker, they're getting more revenue than ever. They have not a revenue problem, as some other parties believe. They have a spending problem, Madam Speaker. Inflation more money than it ever has, and it seems that it cannot help itself but to find more things to spend on. Now, let's go to the actual C-19, Madam Speaker. I'd like to discuss just a little bit of what occurred at the Finance Committee, and what I like to refer to this as the good, the bad, and unfortunately the ugly. So, for the good, our Shadow Minister of National Revenue put forward an amendment that, while the government, through its parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance, tried to rule inadmissible, we followed through with the recommendations of JDRF and Diabetes Canada and have given an amendment that was ultimately accepted by the committee unanimously that will clarify the disability tax credit measures for life-sustaining therapy. And Madam Speaker, that is so incredibly important for parents who have opened a registered disability savings plan. You need to have access to the DTC, or the disability tax credit, to have that. And so that is a very meaningful measure. And we have Canadians right across this country, Madam Speaker, who have opened up these accounts for their children so that when they retire, eventually, that they'll have that extra money, because diabetes is a serious illness that requires so much time and dedication, and of course, it's very costly to pay for insulin and insulin pumps, etc. So, Madam Speaker, this amendment will clarify, and I just want to thank all honourable members, because it's these kinds of amendments that Canadians sent us here to make sure that people can have it. Diabetes is tough enough, Madam Speaker. This makes it a little bit easier. And again, between regimes, between provinces, we should always be mindful that the Canadian government has got to at least make sure that there is some fairness. So with this amendment, we will see a clarifying amendment that will help improve the lives of people with diabetes, regardless of where they live in this great country. Now, the bad. Well, Madam Speaker, the government has put forward a so-called luxury tax. I would probably call it just a well-intentioned but horribly wrong and misplaced tax. And in fact, Madam Speaker, this should be actually called a producer tax. Now, I can understand how some members of the NDP and Liberals, or as I call them, the SPENDP, Liberals, will want to say, well, we want to make sure people are paying their fair share so we can then spend it. Well, you know, you do need to have a balance, Madam Speaker, but the government doesn't get this. It doesn't understand, or at least it is refused to understand, that this particular tax will take the sales out of the sale of the boating industry in Canada. If I was a manufacturer of boats right now and I had to go to my board of directors and say, should we be making an investment in Canada, when you see that you're going to be hit by a $2.8 billion over the next 5 years hole, basically estimated by the Parliament Budget Office, of a drop of 15% in sales, Madam Speaker, you're not going to be making that investment. Why? It's because you are limited to your growth. So many of these manufacturers, I've heard in my own riding where people are receiving phone calls from the Americans. Come locate your facilities here. We will give you the land. We will build you a building. We will give you tax incentives. And so instead of helping try to keep this manufacturing industry, important industry, I see the member for St. Marie here was just cited over and over the devastation this could cause to the air. Pardon me, Madam Speaker. He's a great MP, so I'll rescind that comment. The Member of Parliament, Juliette, he has cited multiple times how the aerospace industry in Quebec, and this is something I've heard from my other colleagues, Conservative colleagues in Quebec, about how important it is. And so, Madam Speaker, this is a bad tax, and we oppose it wholeheartedly. The government should be helping manufacturers to bring jobs and opportunity to this country, not send it somewhere else. Now, the next thing I would say, Madam Speaker, on the bad is the Competition Act changes. These Competition Act changes, Madam Speaker, are not endorsed by any industry stakeholder. And we had one witness who said, well, let's not let perfection be the enemy of the good. Everyone, including the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, I've never seen this before, Madam Speaker, where the Canadian Chamber of Commerce comes to committee and says, effectively...
I'm sorry, there is someone who has a microphone open. Can you please put yourself on mute? It's a point of order from the Honourable... From the honourable member from Elgin Middlesex, yeah?
Yes, I can't even turn on. Oh, I might got my camera on now. We are all having problems online. We cannot hear anything and about all being unmuted, muted, but have no volume.
I wonder we could have that when Kevin was speaking.
Well, I will certainly make sure that the technical team takes a look at it, and we'll come back to the members in a few minutes to find out if it's resolved. Thank you.
Whenever something comes up.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And simply put, the Competition Act changes here. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce couldn't even articulate a position because they literally said there's so much occurring in these provisions that we can't say anything other than please stop, wait and consult so the industry can fully understand what the government is intending to do by these changes. I've never seen that before, Madam Speaker. Now, the good, the bad, and the ugly, Madam Speaker. Well, the ugly part was I've never seen a finance minister present a bill to this House of Commons to have it referred to committee where it was literally chopped apart by committees. The HUMA committee recommended wholeheartedly, all unanimously, to cut the EI provisions, Madam Speaker. There was amendment after amendment after amendment. I've never seen a finance minister who has been so impacted, who has presented a bill, and to have it literally where there's blood on the proverbial floor, Madam Speaker, from it. I think that this is indicative of the approach of the government. I think that the finance minister is probably too busy with her other duties as deputy. Now, I don't blame her for that, Madam Speaker. I blame the Prime Minister. So I would ask the Prime Minister to start considering whether or not his approach on finances and his approach to giving almost all the portfolios and almost all the responsibility to a minister that already has more than they probably can do. I would imagine other finance ministers would probably say, Madam Speaker, that being given deputy and finance is too much for any one minister. Now, I would just like to finish on a few points just on finance ministers in general, Madam Speaker. The list of people and groups and organizations who are expressing serious concerns on this government have lost its way or growing by the day. We literally have unprecedented criticism coming from former Liberal Finance Minister Bill Morneau. Now, I can't even recall a finance minister so fresh out of the job casting serious concerns over the actions of the Prime Minister and his successor. As David Hurley commented on Twitter, it's something he's never seen before. Now, as we know, Bill Morneau has publicly stated that this Liberal government is not focusing on economic growth and letting politics get in the way of progress, and that a lack of emphasis on long-term economic growth means the country will have some difficult times and face difficult choices in the year ahead. Madam Speaker, Conservatives have been saying this consistently, that the government always focuses on cutting up the economic pie and focusing more on redistribution than actually growing the pie so that there is more support that can be given for our social safety net and for Canadians and for prosperity. But, Madam Speaker, this government is ideological, as I've said, always be spending. And that is, I think, against the interest of our country. Now, Madam Speaker, we have many different difficulties in this country, from inflation, from where people are having difficulty putting food on the table. Groceries are at 10%, Madam Speaker. The last time we saw inflation this high was when we had another big tax and spend, divisive, inflationary Prime Minister in the 1980s, Madam Speaker. And this government seems to be following the same agenda. Instead of growing the pie, as Conservatives have consistently said, let's see investment happen here. Let's see jobs and opportunity here. Let's make sure that we fund our programs and services like healthcare properly. But instead, Madam Speaker, this government again chooses just to lard up and to send the money out indiscriminately without having a value for dollar, without having a sense of putting money into the economy to make our economy grow so that Canadians can be assured of their prosperity. They're now concerned about it. Madam Speaker, this government has taken us back to the worst parts of the 1980s, and I fear for what comes next. Conservatives will be standing up for Canadians to help them to feed their families and to make sure programs in Ottawa are working better. I hope the government changes its tune.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, Madam Speaker, you know, the member talks about, well, the government tends to have a spending problem, according to the member across the way, that we're spending too much. Yet if you take a look, you know, the election wasn't that long ago. And Madam Speaker, I'm sure you will recall, as I do, that the Conservative Party platform actually committed to spending more money than what we had committed to spend. And I'm wondering if that's one of the reasons why the Conservatives made the decision just a couple months ago to get rid of their leader that led the charge on spending more in Canada.
Heard for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nickel.
Always be spending, Madam Speaker. That member is an enabler of that kind of philosophy. And this side of the House, we see the calls from the premiers. My Premier, John Horgan, has said publicly on behalf of the Council of the Federation, on behalf of all premiers, do not start new programs like dental and other programs that are already being provided by the provinces. He said, please, give us the money to increase on the health care transfer because our system, Madam Speaker, more Canadians are convinced is not working. I have people calling me about doctors. They're not asking for more spending on programs that make this member and his Prime Minister feel good about themselves.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague for his speech. My question deals with the part that concerns the brutal part of his speech, and that's the luxury tax. My colleague said, and rightly so, that the Minister of Finance is too taken up with her duties as Deputy Prime Minister to do the job of the Minister of Finance. So the proof is that dozens and dozens of pages of this bill are poorly done. Should they not do the same thing with the luxury tax? Even if we're talking about 170 pages where producers instead of consumers are paying the taxes, should be taken out and worked on again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for Joliette for his contributions in this House and at Finance Committee. What I will 100% say is the amendments that were put forward today by Conservatives encompass his suggestion that the government and this finance minister are too occupied with other issues, that they are putting forward terrible taxes, a tax that on producers that will see hits to jobs and the economy, Madam Speaker. So we have suggested delete, so that we can take a pause and actually consult with industry, whether it be on the Competition Act changes or their so-called luxury tax, Madam Speaker. This government is heading the wrong direction, and we are presenting amendments to put it right.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech. I think I'm glad to see us continuing the amendment process here at report stage. I think actually we had a pretty good experience in committee and managed to bring a number of important changes to this budget bill that looks quite different coming out of committee than it did going in. In particular, I just think one of the sets of changes that may not have been addressed in his speech, and I apologize if I missed it, are around the express entry program changes, and I wonder if the member, I know he was supportive of the amendments we brought to committee there, if he'd like to reflect on those changes.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nickel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the member, I would like to say thank you. Again, we actually put an amendment in to force the government to have a installation date of January 1st coming into force to ban foreign speculation in our residential real estate market, and that member supported, so I want to say thank you to him for that. When it comes to express entry, Madam Speaker, the government was trying to give the Minister of Immigration unfettered powers, and through a good process that this member and his party critic engaged with, in good faith presented an option that I think improves the bill, that makes sure that the Minister of Immigration can't willy-nilly pick people through groupings of his own decision. Madam Speaker, we should all be concerned when we delegate our authority to a minister, because that minister or a other minister in the future may use it in a way that is contrary to the will of Parliament. So I appreciate the member bringing forward clarifying amendments to make it for a proper public process consultation of what the minister has to do before he or she can identify groupings for the purposes of the express entry program. That's good for Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise at report stage to discuss the changes that were made to the bill at committee, and a further change that I'm proposing in the House at report stage. I think often when we reflect on budget bills and we talk about omnibus budget bills, we think of the experiences that Parliament has had under majority governments with omnibus budget bills, where we've seen quite a lot of changes to many acts rammed through without a lot of discussion or debate because the government had the majority in order to do that. And I think we actually saw quite a different process in this Parliament around the budget bill, reflected in the fact that the committee made, I think, significant changes in respect of the disability tax credit, making it possible for people living with type 1 diabetes not to have to constantly reprove that they still have type 1 diabetes, that it's still expensive, that it's still time consuming, but just to take it for granted, based on what we know about the disease, that people living with type 1 diabetes are going to continue to need and continue to deserve the kind of support that they get when they're able to accomplish all of that administrative work. They should only have to do it once, and I think the committee, and I hope soon Parliament, will make that the case. We saw the government introduce quite hastily some major changes to the Employment Insurance Appeal Board that did not reflect their commitments in 2018 and 2019 to stakeholders after a long consultation process. They were panned pretty widely within the stakeholder community. Even the government, I think, was interested in pulling those provisions back. We secured a commitment from the government to ensure that they come back in the fall with new legislation, that this isn't the end of the story in respect of the EI Appeal Board, which is in desperate need of appropriate reform. And we were glad to see the government commit to bringing that legislation forward in the fall, and we'll certainly be here to remind them of that commitment and to press them to do that as promptly as possible in the fall. We saw important reforms around the direction and control provisions for charitable organizations that really needed to be undertaken in order to decolonize the charitable sector in Canada and to facilitate their good work and ensure that they can work with other partners who may not themselves have a like charitable status but are nevertheless doing good work. And I think also just show some not a blind trust, but an earned trust on the part of the charitable sector in Canada for the very good work that they've done and that they've done responsibly. I think we struck the right balance between ensuring that there's still the reasonable accountability that Canadians would expect of their charitable sector, while ensuring that they have a freer hand to do work in a good way. We saw the government also try and rush in some changes that hadn't been advertised around the express entry system. And the express entry system allows for people outside of Canada to come into Canada on an expedited basis. The minister was asking for an incredible amount of discretion with a very low amount of accountability and transparency around how decisions would be made in order to classify people under the express entry system and get them into the country. And I think working together with other parties at committee, we were very glad to see, and I have to give credit to the member for Vancouver East, who really did the legwork on this, to bring in a proper accountability regime that requires the government now in legislation to have a robust public consultation process that's actually spelled out in the legislation. It's not just kind of left to the government to decide what public consultation will mean. Written submissions are required, so it's not just some backroom conversations the government has with some of their friends that will decide who gets into the country and who doesn't and on what basis, but there's actually going to be a proper process in place. I think that's very important. On the theme of accountability, something that I have tried to champion here in my time, fiscal accountability for government. There was some spending that government had proposed in Bill C-17 that was incorporated into the budget around transit and housing, money being sent to provinces, but with really no detail beyond that. And we fought for an amendment that will require the government, after it's negotiated the terms and conditions with provinces, to make those public, because we think that that's appropriate and that Canadians have a right to know how their public money is being spent and under what conditions it's being passed on to other governments. So that was very important. As the Conservative finance critic mentioned earlier, there was also an amendment he proposed to set the date for when the foreign home buyer ban would come into effect. That was something I was glad to support, to give a little more certainty around that. And we were also able to finally make a distinction in Canadian law as a result of an amendment put forward by the Bloc finance critic between cider and honey wine on the one hand and grape wine on the other, a distinction that has become that much more important in light of the recent arrangement with Australia following their challenge at the World Trade Organization. So I say all of that by way of trying to highlight the extent to which there was a good process around this bill, and I think the committee was able to have a much more meaningful input than parliamentarians have been able to have in majority governments where we've seen similarly large budget bills, in fact sometimes larger budget bills that cover more subject areas. I think we were able to have quite a good process here at committee, and I want to wrap up by talking about the luxury tax, which was something that we did actually amend at committee. We've heard some very significant concerns around the particular structure that this Liberal government has chosen for the luxury tax, and in particular, the potential effects it could have on the manufacturing industry in aerospace here in Canada. Those are concerns that New Democrats take very seriously. I know members of other parties take those concerns very seriously. And what we proposed as a solution was to give the government more flexibility on the coming into force date so that they can take the time they need to talk to industry about these potential effects. We still have a dearth of good economic information from government on what they expect the economic impact of this tax to be. It's something that I know a colleague of mine at the Finance Committee has proposed that we look more into and ask for more information. I fully support that request. And I fully expect the government to be listening to that and to take that information, to generate that information I think they ought to have generated before designing the tax, to take that seriously and to talk to industry about how there is still time, and now if we pass the amendment I've proposed here at report stage, there will be more time if they need it in order to get the structure of the tax right. There's no question from this side of the House that the wealthy in Canada have not been paying their fair share. A luxury tax is one way to ensure that the people with the most resources in Canada are paying back into the programs we need in order to make sure that people have access to essential services on a basis of equity and not ability to pay. So it's important that we move ahead with the luxury tax, but we want to do that in the right way, and we want to create enough space for government to be able to do that in the right way. So we beseech them to listen and to think about the timetable and to develop a better proposal that's going to address some of the very legitimate concerns that we've heard out of the industry. And as I say, we're trying to pave the way to do that. Now, there was some debate at committee about whether this or that was in order. The chair of the committee, who had ruled the particular amendment out of order, had his ruling overturned unanimously. Nobody voted to sustain the ruling of the chair. And and when it came to the House here, there was a little bit of surprise that the issue resurfaced. But I think we've managed to change the wording of the amendment to respect the Speaker's ruling in that regard, to be consistent with the Ways and Means motion that had been presented in advance of Bill C-19, and we now have a solve that's going to allow us to change those coming into force provisions to give the government that extra time they need to work with industry to get the balance right on the luxury tax. And so that's why I'm very happy to be rising today speaking to that amendment. I think it would have been, frankly, travesty if a procedural hiccup that was unforeseen and for which no warning was provided would have such a serious consequence for an important strategic industry in Canada. And I'm glad that here on the floor of the House of Commons we're finding a way to avoid having our procedural eccentricities interfere with a major industry that provides a lot of good jobs for Canadians. So with that, I'll say thank you, Madam Speaker, for your attention through the speech, and I'm happy to answer any questions members may have.
Comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And as well, you know that the There is a great deal of consultations that take place in the presentation of any budget and putting together budgetary implementation legislation. A process that, in essence, literally involves many different stakeholders and literally thousands of Canadians. So I do appreciate the member raising the issue, and people that would follow budget debates hopefully would understand and appreciate to the degree in which governments, and in particular the ministries of finance, reach into the communities. My question specific for the member is, he's talked a great deal about the luxury tax. I understand that the NDP in principle support a luxury tax, but is there something specific that they would like to see modified other than just an implementation delay?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, I would encourage the member to listen to the industry, including the machinists who represent many workers in that industry that have said the issue isn't the principle of the tax, although I'm sure there are some in the industry who dispute the principle, but more so that it's the particular structure of the tax, and particularly the way it requires manufacturers to pay the amount of that tax up front is one of the issues that we've heard them talk about.
J'ai un appel au règlement de l'honorable.
Point of order. The Honourable Member Joliette.
Go ahead.
Is interpretation working now? Well, yes, it is. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So on the other issue in respect of consultation, I mean, I would say that the incredible amount of improvement that happened to the bill is also a testament to the lack of appropriate consultation that went into preparing the budget bill. I think that was not more evident than in the case of the Employment Insurance Appeal Board, where I think the very people that the government sought to please with the reforms were the most upset. And I think it's a testament to the fact that the government actually has a lot better job to do in consulting people when they're preparing their budget bill, so that it doesn't have to be fixed in the way this particular bill needed to be fixed. And I'm glad that the composition of this Parliament and this committee allowed it to be fixed instead of majority government to plow ahead with some ill-conceived reforms.
Member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech today. Quite enjoyed the 2 years we worked together on the Operations Committee, although his replacement from Hamilton Centre and then Port Alberni are doing wonderful jobs. He's welcome back anytime. He spoke about the issue of the disability credit and the difficulties Canadians were having applying for it and some of the silliness of the regulations. The Auditor General just released a somewhat damning report on the government about inability and difficulty for lower income and marginalized Canadians accessing benefits such as the GIS and other Canadian benefits. Does the member believe perhaps the government should get on this and perhaps present legislation to help Canadians with these issues, and as well as the other disability tax credit he spoke about?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
The short answer is yes. And the longer answer, and I think the member is aware of these issues, but for those who may not be, like the inadequacies of the disability tax credit structure touch so many more things. I'll just give a couple quick examples. So in the pandemic, when the NDP fought for a one-time payment for people living with disabilities, the government initially wanted to use the disability tax credit list as their kind of go-to list for people that would get it. But of course, the disability tax credit is actually quite difficult to qualify for. It involves a lot of cost, it involves a lot of time, and it involves a lot of administrative knowledge in order to get all the pieces in place to get on that list. It's only worth it if you already make enough money that a tax credit could really benefit you. So the people who need the most financial support tend not to be on the disability tax credit roll, and yet that's a gate control for government for many programs that support people living with disabilities. And it's a major problem, not just with the DTC, but with entire disability support infrastructure. An irony of that was that when we initially presented the amendment to exempt people from type 1 diabetes from the 14-hour requirement, the government, well, not the government, the House claimed, the ruling was by the chair, that because the DTC is a gate for other disability programs, there would be more spending if it was easier to get the DTC, so parliamentarians were not going to be able to change it.
Questioning l'honorable député de Joliette.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech and excellent work in committee. However, I do have a question for him about the amendments made on the luxury tax. He referred to Dave Chartrand, the representative of machinists and aerospace. who asked us to support the amendments that I had moved, and I saw my colleague vote against them. That really surprised me, that my NDP colleague would vote against the amendments requested by unions. Did he have to vote because the NDP has an agreement to support the Liberal government? Thank you.
Député d'Elmer Trent's go now. 5 secondes, 10.
5 to 10 seconds.
Non, parce qu'on pensait pas que c'était
I voted against because we didn't think it was a good idea to try and resolve a complex tax formula in just a few hours. More information is required to do a good job. And there's also a need for resources. We want the government to do the work to fix the tax, and that's why I voted against those amendments. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's always a pleasure to be able to talk about the budget of Canada. And there is so much that one can actually talk to. How do you limit all the good news that we have been able to put in, not only in this particular budget, but in previous budgets, right starting from 2015 when we were first elected, Madam Speaker. There is so much substance, so many things in which we have been able to accomplish in a relatively short period of time. Having said that, I thought maybe I would reflect on some of the comments that the critic of finance, or the shadow minister of finance, the new one, Madam Speaker, because you can recall the previous one was unceremoniously replaced for some odd reason, and I'll let the Conservatives deal with that particular replacement, Madam Speaker. But what I do want to talk about is he made an issue. He said, well, you know, the Liberal government has a spending problem, implying that we tend to like spending money. And I can honestly say we do understand the importance of the government's role in our communities in order to make our communities healthier. We understand that. But I want to remind my Conservative friends across the way, it wasn't that long ago when we had a national election. And in that election, there was a couple of things when it comes to economic matters that comes to my mind. One was the Conservative Party of Canada, this very same party across the way now that just said we had a spending problem, that committed to spend more money than the Liberal government, Madam Speaker. So they're saying we have a spending problem, we're spending too much money, yet in the last federal election, they committed to spend more money, Madam Speaker. Now, in fairness, they just dumped that leader not that long ago, Madam Speaker. So the leader of the Conservative Party at the time that made that commitment no longer exists. So I got to be fair. He exists, but he's no longer the leader. You know, Madam Speaker, there's a debt, you know, in that same election platform where the Conservative Party committed to this $168 billion debt. Our debt is actually less than that, Madam Speaker. So again, you have what the Conservative Party will say during the election and what the Conservative Party says when it's the official opposition. And I suspect, given the very nature of what we're witnessing, when you get the member from Carleton taking a tax on the Bank of Canada and trying to set economic policy to the hard right, Madam Speaker, and individuals like that, I suspect there's a good chance that the Conservative Party will continue to be in opposition for many years ahead, Madam Speaker. I think they need to understand that spending, like the former leader of the Conservative Party said, isn't all that bad. And let me give you an example. Yes, we came up with a national program in which it will enable Canadians to enter into the workforce. It will provide all sorts of opportunities. It is our national child care program. Yes, it did cost a lot of money. But from coast to coast to coast, for the first time, we actually have a national child care program. a program that is supported by all the different provincial governments. Even the more recent re-elected Doug Ford supported the child care program. Madam Speaker, I suspect that if you were to canvass the House, there is only one political party that doesn't recognize the value of having $10 a day daycare. And, Madam Speaker, we're talking about the Conservative right amongst the Conservative Party of Canada. And there's a lot of them, Madam Speaker, over there opposite. Those individuals that maybe dream of the days of the Reform Party. And who knows, maybe we'll see a resurfacing of the Reform right, Madam Speaker. A party that does not support the National Child Care Program. What does a national child care program do? By making things affordable for Canadians, not only does it help them during a difficult time such as inflation, but it also provides them the opportunity to do more work in our communities. If we take a look in terms of what happened when the province of Quebec led the country in terms of showing that by enabling the public to have better access through affordable childcare, that the workforce would grow. And we only need to look at the province of Quebec to see how successful it was. So then we have a national government, much like when we had health care many years ago being in one province, and then it was a national Liberal government that made a national health care program with the Canada Health Act that followed. We now have a national child care program that comes out of the province of Laval, Quebec. Madam Speaker, that is going to allow for literally hundreds of thousands of people, the independents, to be able to get into the workforce if they choose to do so. That will generate more revenue for the government. It would provide more productivity for the nation, add to our GDP. I would argue, contrary to what the shadow minister, as they like to be referred to as, critic for finance, that will add value in many different ways. So I would suggest to the member that he try to convince his caucus colleagues to get behind the child care plan that the Liberals, and I know the New Democrats, I even believe the Bloc and the Green Party are actually supporting that policy. And I suspect there are a few of the Conservatives that will ultimately support that party. In particular, those that might be a little bit more progressive from the province of Quebec, for example. Madam Speaker, the NDP talked about the importance of consultation. And the critic of finance made reference to the Deputy Prime Minister. And I actually take it as a compliment when the member said that she's got so much responsibilities. I agree. She is an incredible woman. Canada's very first female Minister of Finance is also the Deputy Prime Minister. She also plays a critical role on what's happening in Europe today. She was just over in the city of Winnipeg with me and my colleague from Winnipeg South and St. Boniface and Winnipeg South Centre, welcoming over 300 people from Ukraine, displaced people. Madam Speaker, she is an incredible woman that has done Canada proud in terms of the where she has put us to the degree in which we are moving forward, especially if you compare us to other countries around the world, in particular the United States. You're telling me my time is already running out, Madam Speaker. I got one more minute. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, when you compare our job numbers to our inflation rates and do that comparison to United States, or many of the European Union countries, you will find that Canada rises to the top. And it's because we believe in supporting, in a very real and tangible way, Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it, and just Canadians in general, those that need that helping hand. And you can see that in the budgets that we have presented from day one to the most recent budget, and that is why I would encourage members, instead of trying to come up with ways to block the budget implementation bill, this is a budget implementation bill in which every member of this House should get behind and support, Madam Speaker. Because it is an implementation bill that has such a positive impact on everyone in Canada, from coast to coast to coast, Madam Speaker. This is a budget bill that we can all be proud of because it's a reflection of what Canadians want based on the consultations that were done by members of this government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Madam Speaker, wow, so much to unpack there. This member has supported this government through thick and thin, and we all need our loyal soldiers, Madam Speaker, but at the same token, let's just take a look at a few things. First of all, under this Prime Minister, there has been more debt added to our national debt than any Prime Minister alive. Now, this member continues to follow the always be spending ways of the Prime Minister. In fact, Madam Speaker, when he talks about childcare, this member continues to mistake leadership with cutting checks. In British Columbia, one of the first provinces to adopt this new national program of theirs, we still don't have $10 a day daycare. And the government can't actually say when they're going to do it. It might take years. So this member keeps conflating action with spending. Now, this is something that the former finance minister said. There's no real sense of urgency in Ottawa about our lack of competitiveness. It's like we're the proverbial frog in the pot, not realizing what happens to us as the heat gradually rises. Madam Speaker, when will this frog get out of the pot?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member needs to be a little bit more straightforward with what reality actually is. The member made reference to the Prime Minister and the debt. There's a little thing called the worldwide pandemic. And that event, Madam Speaker, was something that cost a considerable amount of money. Many of the billions of dollars that was spent was actually supported in part by the Conservative Party. That's the reason why. Madam Speaker, if you are going to support Canadians, if you're going to invest and support 9 million Canadians through the CERB program,
Yes, you forgot.
tens of thousands of businesses from being able to go bankrupt by supporting them through rent subsidies, wage subsidies, that costs money. We would argue those sorts of expenditures is what has enabled Canada to continue.
Honourable Député Joliette.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier, my colleague said how the government was consulting, specifically for C-19. Yes, there were consultations. The problem is that the consensus from the consultations don't appear in C-19. It's as though there were no consultations. There was a withdrawal of the section on EI, and there were other aspects such as those affecting the luxury tax and other aspects that weren't taken in. How will he ensure that this gets reflected in other iterations of budget implementation bills?
In all budget presentations and budget implementation bills, there is extensive consultations that's done. This particular Minister of Finance and the department have done exceptional work in terms of reaching out to Canadians and stakeholders to get their input. This is a budget that reflects the desires and the wills of the Canadian people from coast to coast to coast.
The Honourable Member will have 2 minutes left of questions next time the bill comes for debate. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député de Winnipeg North.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, in 1971, Canada adopted the multiculturalism policy, which acknowledged that the Canadians come from a wide variety of cultural backgrounds, Madam Speaker. And this is something in which we should all be very proud of. The month of June is very special. June 27 is a day in which we celebrate multiculturalism. If you think of the month of June, you'll recall members in the House standing up, talking about Indigenous Heritage Month, Filipino Heritage Month, Portuguese Heritage Month, Italian Heritage Month. It is a month in which we celebrate and appreciate our diversity, Madam Speaker. And if you happen to be in Winnipeg in the month of August and you want to travel the world, you can do so in Winnipeg by attending Folklorama, where you'll be able to experience the 50-plus pavilions. I would encourage individuals to get out and appreciate Canada's diversity.
The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Madam Speaker, I would like to say Maligayang Pombansang Buwan ng Samana Filipino. Happy Filipino Heritage Month. June is Filipino Heritage Month, a time when Canadians celebrate with their Filipino friends and neighbors. Over the years, Filipino Canadians have contributed to our economy and cultural diversity in many ways, not least of which by establishing dozens of Jollibee restaurants across the country, including the one on Quant Street in Regina, just down the street from my constituency office. Wow. This month, Filipino Canadians will be celebrating by raising their flag and singing their national anthem, known as Lupang Hinirangan, which means chosen land. To the nearly 1 million Canadians of Filipino heritage, we are glad you have chosen this land to call home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Madam Speaker, each spring I have the honor of notifying many businesses and organizations in my riding of Whitby receiving funds through the Canada Summer Jobs Program. The creation of quality summer work experiences for young people enriches their development while contributing to a stronger local economy and a more inclusive community. Today, I'd like to acknowledge an incredibly inspiring community organization in Whitby that I had the opportunity of visiting recently, named Nova's Ark. The people there are dedicated to helping people with special needs of all ages by caring for animals, and they have many, from Siberian lynxes to camels. They create unique educational experiences to help their students develop the academic, behavioral, cognitive, and social skills needed for success. I was deeply touched by the work they do and was thrilled to see the Canada Summer Jobs Program not only benefiting students and organizations, but also improving the quality of life of individuals. This is a great example of how social enterprises make a real and positive impact on the lives of Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Courtney Albany.
Madam Speaker, it is now almost 2 years since a wonderful young Tloquet First Nation woman was shot and killed by a police officer in Edmundston, New Brunswick during a wellness check. Her family, friends, community members, and Canadians seeking justice for Chantel Moore are currently walking to Victoria and will arrive tomorrow. I am unable to be with them. Instead, I rise today to remind this House that Canada is still in desperate need of comprehensive police reform. The government must act to address the disproportionate violence against Indigenous people at the hands of police, and Indigenous representation must be included in all investigations of police violence. Reforms are urgently required related to recruitment and training of police forces at all levels. Further delays only put more Indigenous people at risk from a similar fate suffered by Chantel. Today, I'm sending strength to her family, friends, community as they make this difficult journey.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Charles Lemoine. Madam Speaker, this evening the Saint-Hubert Volunteer Centre will be celebrating its 50th anniversary at a large banquet which I will be pleased to attend. This organisation in my riding, the primary mission of which is to promote volunteerism and meet the needs of the community, is an important social player in our community. Thanks to its volunteers, it offers essential services to the population and provides valuable assistance to the most vulnerable people in society. whether it's through its Meals on Wheels service, medical transportation, compassionate phone calls, or any other service. The Saint-Hubert Volunteer Centre is a model of mutual aid that makes a real difference in the lives of the people in our community. What's more, it has never stopped its activities, even at the height of the health crisis. I would therefore like to offer my most sincere congratulations to the Saint-Hubert Volunteer Centre for its 50 years of commitment to our population. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize World Cider Day, a day to celebrate the over 370 cideries across Canada, including 4 in my riding of Bruce Grey Owen Sound: Windswept Cidery, Duxbury Cidery Company, Beaver Valley Orchard Cidery, and Coffin Ridge. Canadian cider is amongst the best in the world, with origins tracing back to the Hudson's Bay Company. In fact, historically, cider was at one time on par with beer consumption here in Canada. In recent years, cider has grown in popularity both here and abroad, with Canadian cideries producing over 39 million litres of great Canadian cider annually. From the rich history, the excellent producers, and of course the delicious end product, and considering our ideal climate for growing apples, government should be supporting growing our cider exports and seeing the industry flourish. However, the Liberal government's recently announced excise duty for wine and cider risks rotting this industry to the core. Today, I urge the Minister of Finance to do the right thing and scrap the excise duty on cider, or at least support an exemption. 4,000 Canadian jobs depend on it.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Madam Speaker, 100 days ago, Russia began its unjustified genocidal war on Ukraine. Ukrainians are fighting for their freedom, but they're also fighting to defend our security, and we have to fight for them. Some countries like Canada are fighting for them, but some Western European countries have dragged their feet on providing weapons to Ukraine and have actually suggested that Ukraine appease Russia or avoid humiliating Putin or concede territory to Russia. These suggestions are preposterous. Firstly, they're preposterous because appeasing Russia has never worked. It didn't work in 2008, didn't work in 2014 after they invaded Crimea and Donbass. It has never worked. And secondly, giving up territory to Russia would be a victory for Russia. It would condone genocide, condone violations of the international rules-based order, and would encourage Russia and others to do the same thing again. The only acceptable outcome is a definitive victory for Ukraine that includes the Donbass and Crimea. Ukrainians are fighting for us. We must fight for them, not for another day, not for 100 days, but for as long as it takes, until they win, until we all win. Slava Ukraini.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Orléans. Madam Speaker, as a resident and Member of Parliament for Orleans, I would like to share the incredible stories and achievements of 2 of my constituents.
First, I want to celebrate the accomplishment of Stephen Poloz, the former Governor of the Bank of Canada and a finalist of the Shaughnessy Cohen Prize for Political Writing. Mr. Poloz's book, The Next Stage of Uncertainty, How the World Can Adapt to a Riskier Future, maps out the powerful force that are shaping our future and offers an indispensable guide to navigate through a risky world. J'encourage tous les résidents.
I encourage everyone to read a copy of Mr. Peloz's book and his skillful analysis of past crises, from the Victorian Depression to the most recent recession of 2008.
I also want to highlight, Madam Speaker, an emotional story of the Prokonovich family. Because of the Canada-Ukrainian authorization for emergency travel, Mr. Prokonovich was able to bring his sister, who's undergoing chemotherapy treatment, and her son to Orléans.
I had the honour of meeting the Prokorovich family on Wednesday, and I would like to thank them for their warm Ukrainian hospitality and an incredible lunch. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 83 seats, 41%. 52 seats more than any other party in the Ontario legislature, a 16% margin of victory. Madam Speaker, it doesn't get much more decisive than that. The Ontario PCs ran a disciplined and smart campaign that focused on the issues that Ontarians are concerned about. They had a plan to address the affordability crisis, to rebuild the Ontario economy. Congratulations to my MPP, David Piccini, who was well rewarded for his tireless advocacy for the people of Northumberland, Peterborough South. And congratulations to Doug Ford and the Ontario PC Party for getting it done.
The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 2015, the House first recognized June as ALS Awareness Month, a time to support Canadians who battle against this fatal neurological disease and honor their resilience and their strength. ALS affects about 3,000 Canadians and has no known causes, Madam Speaker. It strikes fast and has life-altering impact on those affected and their families. Throughout June, the ALS Society of Canada is running educational and fundraising activities to help those living with ALS and support research as they work to find a cure. Madam Speaker, I would like to wish two incredibly strong constituents of my riding of Cambridge, Graham Braun and Dennis McIntyre, best wishes as they, along with their families, battle ALS, and I extend my support to all of those suffering from this horrible disease. Madam Speaker, we will find a cure. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Montmagny.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's currently Tourism Week in Canada. I'm privileged to be the proud representative of a very lucky riding with many rivers and lakes, with a variety of very lovely people. There's so much to do in my riding that you could spend all summer there. You could go to Rivière-du-Loup to watch whales. You could watch also some birds. You could sample cheeses. Alongside the friendly locals, you could cycle, you could canoe, kayak, you could mountain climb. You could visit Gros-Îles, a Parks Canada site. You could meet the Maliseet Nation. You could also eat the delicious food from Kamouraska. Come see us, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all the entrepreneurs from the tourism world. We missed you, we love you, come visit us. Enjoy and share the good news, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I want to raise awareness of the human cost of this Liberal-made immigration backlog. I get hundreds of correspondence from Canadians and newcomers alike, desperate for help. Over 2.1 million people are stranded in this massive backlog, and they can't get a hold of anyone in the department. They're left waiting months or even years longer than IRCC's posted processing times. I know that my colleagues' offices are all dealing with the same issue. Newcomers' mental health is suffering, families are being separated, and Canadian businesses and our economy are paying the price as labour shortages grow and newcomers choose to leave. After forcing them to wait in this backlog and face the affordability crisis, who can blame newcomers for wanting to get away from this government? Canada was a beacon of hope and new opportunities. Now, Canada is known for backlogs and wait times. I hope that our colleagues on the Liberal backbenches do the right thing and join us in demanding the Immigration Minister clear these Liberal-made backlogs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. In Canada, diversity is our strength. Diversité est notre force. And that is never more true than throughout the month of June. June is Pride Month, a time to celebrate love and authenticity, to promote diversity, and to continue the fight for full inclusion that gay, two-spirit, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, intersex, queer and questioning, pan and asexual people have been fighting for since before the Toronto Bathhouse riots in 1982 and Canada's first gay liberation protest, which took place here in Ottawa in August 1971. Juin est également le mois national.
This is also the Indigenous History Month, which allows us to think about the history, culture and contributions of First Nations, Inuits and Métis.
Opportunity to learn about and recognize the role that Indigenous peoples continue to play and shape in Canada. It's always important to me personally to say Nakamik to Inuit for the invention of the kayak, a boat which I've loved and enjoyed for decades. Juin est aussi
June is also the opportunity to celebrate our rich multiculturalism.
Months. Auguri, parabéns, et mabuhay to my Italian, Portuguese, and Filipino friends and neighbors. In Canada, Madam Speaker, diversity is a fact, but inclusion is an act. And this month, it's an act of love, kindness, and generosity.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
I pay tribute today to a colleague, a leader, a personal friend, Mr. Gilles Bisson, and thank him for 32 years of incredible service to democracy, the people of Ontario, the city of Timmins. Oh, there are a million stories one could tell about how many people Gilles has helped over the years, of the countless fights he's taken on and won, of his fierce love for Northern Ontario. But let's go back to when he was a young miner in the gold mines. Then he was meeting immigrant mining widows whose husbands had died of emphysema and lung cancer. And they faced a solid wall of denial from the companies, the government, the medical institutions. And Gilles took on their fight and helped change the compensation laws of Ontario forever. That's the passion that he has carried through his whole career. I congratulate George Pirie, our new MPP, and I will work with him on many of the issues that face our region. But there will never be a political legacy in the North that is as enduring or inspiring as that of Gilles Bisson. Take some time, my friend. I look forward to drinking your homemade wine at the lake this summer.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, the petition on the protection of the riverbanks that I sponsored, as well as a series of resolutions in support of this initiative voted by various municipal councils in my riding, will be tabled today. The signatories are asking the federal government to implement a program to protect the banks of the St. Lawrence River by taking adequate measures to counter erosion and ensure a safe environment, such as regulations imposing a speed limit according to type of vessel and the installation and maintenance of bank protection structures. The federal government has abandoned shoreline municipalities and their residents since 1997, thereby abdicating its responsibility to maintain the shoreline protection structures it has erected. This is scandalous. Instead of sticking its paws into Quebec's jurisdictions and withholding monies with conditions, the federal government should mind its own business. The erosion of the banks of the St. Lawrence is its responsibility. We must act. They must act and support our municipalities and their citizens.
Bravo! Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Conservative Party of Canada, I rise to congratulate Premier Doug Ford and his team of candidates on winning a strong, stable, progressive Conservative majority government. I also want to thank Andrea Horwath and Stephen Del Duca. Leading a party through an election is a tough task, and I wish them both the best of luck in their future endeavors. After a hard-fought election, the people of Ontario endorsed Premier Ford's plan to rebuild the provincial economy, to control spending, to keep the province open, and to build infrastructure like the Bradford Bypass. With the result last night, it's clear that working people have found a home in the Conservative movement. And while other parties engage in perpetual virtue signaling, Conservatives stand with workers, fighting for their jobs and the well-being of families. I also want to congratulate Andrea Kangin, Carolyn Mulrooney, Jill Dunlop, Brian Saunderson, and MPP Doug Downey for winning their seats. They will continue to serve the people of Central Ontario with excellence. Madam Speaker, as a resident of Ontario, I look forward to watching the re-elected Ford government get it done.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Speaker, 2 years ago, the world witnessed a horrific crime. Committed in broad daylight in front of dozens of witnesses, police officers murdered George Floyd. Madam Speaker, in the United States, more than one black man dies each day by police officers. And because of this, I'm sad to say that I was not shocked when I first heard of Mr. Floyd's death. But this case was different. It was captured clearly on video and shared with the world. Our planet got a glimpse of life in Black America. Mr. Floyd's death was felt around the world and sparked both an international movement and uprising. 2 years later, his death continues to remind us that there's much work to do in Canada and around the world to combat anti-Black racism and police brutality. Speaker, as members of this House and as Canadians, we must never forget the significance of what took place 2 years ago, and we must remain diligent in our fight against hate in this country and throughout the world. Thank you.
Questions orales. Oral questions, Honourable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, I believe that a number of my Liberal, NDP, and Bloc colleagues are unaware of important facts about Bill C-5 that they're preparing to support. 11 serious criminal offences involving firearms will no longer be subject to mandatory minimums. Robbery with a firearm, discharge of a firearm with intent, using a firearm in the commission of an offence. For example, why does the Prime Minister, supported by the other two opposition parties, think it's more important to protect armed criminals rather than their victims?
Parliamentary Secretary? Minister?
Madam,
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam President.
Madam Speaker, those who commit serious offences will continue to receive a significant sentence.
Will continue to receive serious sentences. Our bill is about getting rid of the failed policies that filled our prisons with low-risk, first-time offenders who needed help not to be put in jail. These failed policies did not deter crime, did not keep us safe. They targeted the vulnerable and racialized Canadians, Madam Speaker.
The member for Mégantic-L'Érable. That's the problem, Madam Speaker. Well, under the guise of trying to do the right thing, three parties in the House will make the egregious mistake of passing Bill C-5. Instead of sending a strong message to armed criminals, they are announcing that Canada will now be more tolerant and they'll get a second chance. Victims of gun crime, Madam Speaker, don't get a second chance. The reality is that wealthy crime groups will now be able to afford the very best lawyers, and the worst criminals will get the softest sentences. Why help criminals and abandon their victims? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, our government is committed to our criminal justice system reform. It's a promise we made to Canadians and we intend to keep it. This is about criminal justice policy that actually keeps our communities safe. A justice system that targets unfairly Indigenous peoples, Black and marginalized communities is not effective, does not keep us safe, and must be changed, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
2 days ago, a 42-year-old man was gunned down in the middle of a crowded restaurant in Laval, Quebec. It happened in broad daylight in front of children. According to reports, police have linked this shooting to organized crime. Bill C-5 will mean that criminal and gang member who did this could face a reduced sentence and be back in their community sooner than they would be without the Liberals' new soft-on-crime bill. The reality is that street gangs and criminals will become more emboldened if there's little price to pay for shooting up our streets. How can the Liberals justify this?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I agree with my honourable colleague that it's unacceptable that we continue to see innocent lives taken away as a result of gun violence, which is why I hope my colleague and the Conservatives support Bill C-21. Why? Because it takes on organised crime head on. It raises maximum penalties against those illegal smugglers and gun traffickers, Madam Speaker. It also gives police more...
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Due to this Prime Minister's failed economic policies, Canadians are worse off now than they were when the Liberals formed government. Former Finance Minister Bill Morneau acknowledged it in a speech when he said, and I quote, "I'm much more worried about our economic prospects today in 2022 than I was 7 years ago." And I'm sure the Liberals will accuse Morneau of spreading disinformation. Young Canadians can't afford a home. Seniors can't afford groceries. Canadians can't afford to fill up their cars. The Liberals have completely mismanaged the Canadian economy. Why don't they just admit it like Bill Morneau did?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Economic growth and prosperity is not only our priority, it's our reality. Experts are forecasting that Canada will have the highest growth among G7 countries both this year and next year. In the last quarter, Madam Speaker, we see consistent growth. S&P and Moody's has reaffirmed our AAA credit scoring, and 2021 showed the highest trade surplus for Canada in over 13 years, Madam Speaker. I could go on and on. More questions, please.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, the lines of credits of Canadians go up. Many people who work in the trades drive from job to job. They don't have a choice, Madam Speaker. Plumbers, electricians, and other hard workers don't have the option of staying home and working virtually. They have to travel. Unfortunately, this government's policies have driven up the price of fuel to record levels. This is making life very difficult and expensive for tradespeople and businesses. Does the government realize how their harmful gas price policy is hard on the hardest working Canadians and how they're destroying the bottom line of many who work and have businesses in skilled trades?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we absolutely support the hardworking tradespeople in Canada. And Madam Speaker, there are a number of measures in the budget which are going to help all Canadians face the increased cost of living and the increased gas prices. But unfortunately, last night at the absolute 11th hour, the Conservatives filed 62 motions in order to block the budget implementation bill, in order to block $2 billion being sent to the provinces in order to help with emergency surgeries, in order to block funding for vulnerable Canadians, in order to block our support for subsidized dental care, Madam Speaker. This is unfortunate that these political games are being played.
Honorable Député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, 3 years after the commitment to include Davie shipyard and shipbuilding contracts, nothing has changed. Davie's getting crumbs, while Irving and Halifax is crumbling under the contracts. Yesterday, there was proof this was a political choice. The Minister of Supply blamed the delays on Davie, saying it refused to pay to modernize its yard. Yesterday, she confirmed she's in negotiations to subsidize the modernization, but not Davie's, Irving's. So Irving gets a contract, Irving gets the subsidies, and Davie gets nothing. Why are the Liberals deliberately leaving Quebec out? Thank my colleague for that question.
Fully committed to delivering on to the Canadian Coast Guard's fleet renewal plan, including selecting a third shipyard as a strategic partner in the national shipbuilding strategy. As the process of Davie's official qualification to become Canada's third shipyard is still ongoing, we are continuing to work with them every step of the way. Davie is a strong, reliable partner and is doing significant work to help the government deliver for Canadians. In fact, Chantier Davie has been awarded $2.1 billion in the National Shipbuilding Strategy contracts, including the conversion of 3 medium icebreakers. We look forward to continuing to work with Chantier Davie.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Madam Speaker, by confirming that she wants to subsidize the modernization of the Irving shipyard while requiring Davie to pay for the same work, the minister is proving two things. First, that Irving is still not up to date and should not get contracts, but Ottawa is giving them to them anyway. And she's also proving that depriving Davie of these contracts under the pretext that they're need to be modernized is just an excuse to not give it to them. The Liberals are depriving Quebec of a contract in excess of $10 billion for false reasons. When will they stop strangling the shipbuilding industry in Quebec? The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, quite the contrary. We are fully supportive of our national shipbuilding strategy. I've seen firsthand this shipbuilding strategy at work, visiting shipyards and seeing men and women working very hard. We know the contributions that the National Shipbuilding Strategy is making to the economy and the jobs it is creating. In fact, 17,000 jobs maintaining or creating. And the commitment is we are going to continue to work with Chantier Davie. They are a strong shipyard. We are happy that we've been working with them every step of the way and look forward to moving forward in the addition of them as a third shipyard. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Madam Speaker, 7 years and still Veteran Affairs has not met their service standard for processing disability claims. This week, the AG report told us what veterans have been saying all along. They are waiting far too long, and it is causing suffering to the veteran and to the people who love them. Weak data collection means that Veteran Affairs cannot provide reliable, truthful information about their numbers, while internal human resource issues are leaving veterans behind. Madam Speaker, how many reports are required before this government looks after veterans?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, important question. We want to start off by thanking, of course, the Office of the Auditor General for her report, and we want to let the House know and all Canadians that we've accepted all 4 recommendations. And we have invested $340 million to hire new staff and speed up the processes, and we have seen a decrease of over 50% in the last year and a half, and we will continue to do what we need to do to ensure that veterans and their families receive the supports and benefits they need. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
3 years ago, the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls released its report. For 3 long years, this crisis has continued while this Liberal government fails to implement the calls to justice and save Indigenous lives. In Winnipeg alone, 5 Indigenous women have been murdered in just the last few weeks. My colleague from Winnipeg Centre has been urging this government to deliver funding for more low-barrier, safe shelters. How many more years will families have to wait for this government to finally implement the calls to justice?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question. Madam Speaker, in Canada, Indigenous women are 12 times more likely to go missing or be murdered. This is shameful. This is why our government put $2.2 billion forward over the next 5 years for missing and murdered Indigenous women. But we know we have to move faster. We know we have to do better. We know we can do better. And Madam Speaker, we will do better.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similton and Nicola.
Madam Speaker, the last time Prince Edward Island had inflation as high as 9%, it was in the 1980s when there was also a big borrowing, tax and spend, inflationary Liberal Prime Minister in office. The regional breakdown is even worse in Charlottetown, Summerside, clocking in at a breakneck speed of 9.5%. 9.5%, Madam Speaker. The rising cost of fuel is only outpaced by this always be spending Prime Minister. Will he stop taking Islanders and their MPs for granted and give them and all Canadians a break on GST at the pumps?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, allow me to congratulate the new finance critic for the Conservative Party. It's just unfortunate that he campaigned on a $168 billion deficit, 50% more than our last budget. It's also unfortunate that the previous finance critic for the Conservative Party was similarly fired for having criticized the fact that the member for Carleton was impugning the independence of the Bank of Canada. And of course, the previous finance critic was the member for Carleton himself, who is now doing a leadership campaign based on advising Canadians to use crypto.
For Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Canadians are at their breaking point due to financial stress. This entire nation is in trouble. It is no longer paycheck to make ends meet. Many are in a mode of survival. On top of maxing out credit cards, people are transferring balances from one credit card to another just to avoid insolvency. Out of control spending, record high cost of living, and empty platitudes from this indifferent government is getting old. Madam Speaker, does this government actually have a plan to stop this cycle of destruction?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I would invite the member opposite to read the budget and our plan, but you mentioned paychecks, and I couldn't agree more. Jobs, jobs, jobs. We have created over 3.5 million jobs over the last 2 years. Unemployment is at its lowest level in over 50 years, Madam Speaker. Well-paying jobs is putting good paychecks in the pockets of Canadians, and that's our focus.
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, the cost of food has risen 15%. Gas is over $2 a litre. And what this government has done to our seniors is shameful. Public transit is non-existent, and for many, the hospital is over a 2-hour drive. My constituent Dave Kendall wrote and said, "I'm slowly going broke, and my savings are disappearing." He had one question for this government, so I'll ask it for him. How do they expect seniors to live?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we are doing everything possible in order to support Canadians through this difficult time. We understand that the cost of living is rising. It is due in large part to the war begun by Russia. But Madam Speaker, I would urge the Conservatives to please reconsider. Last night they filed 62 different motions that are essentially going to delay or gut the budget implementation bill, a budget that includes support for seniors, that includes support for vulnerable Canadians. Please, Madam Speaker, I urge the Conservatives to help support Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Madam Speaker, the cost of living in Canada is crippling small businesses. In the words of my constituent David, who owns a small business, it is also pushing middle-class workers close to the poverty line. David has 30 individuals and 16 vehicles on the road on any given day. His fuel costs have doubled in the last month, and this means that projects he bid on a month ago, he's going to have to pay to complete. His question echoes what many other Canadians want to know, and it's very simple, Madam Speaker. What is the government going to do about rising fuel costs and the out-of-control cost of living?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member opposite raises the importance of our small businesses. Small business are indeed the backbone of the Canadian economy. And in our budget, what we have done is expand the possibility for even more small businesses to be able to use the small business tax rate, essentially lowering the tax rate for our small business owners, Madam Speaker. But all of that is now up in jeopardy now that the Conservatives have filed 62 different motions in order to gut the budget implementation bill. Madam Speaker, for the sake of our entrepreneurs and small businesses, can the Conservatives finally support the budget?
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
With the way it's going, not a chance. Madam Speaker, it's a devastating time for farmers, ranchers, and Canadians. This week, a rural municipality in my riding told me about a perfect storm that's brewing at home. Their ratepayers are already maxed out with paying for groceries and fuel, driven by this government's reckless monetary policy. Now, another severe drought looming means that crops will fail and ranchers are going to have to sell off their herds. That's on top of the higher input costs already faced by our producers. Do the Liberals know, Madam Speaker, what happens when taxpayers and people who produce our food go out of business?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, we are extremely concerned by the situation, the increase of entrant prices, and that's why we're working very closely with different sectors of the industry to help our producers. We've amended the early payment program to ensure they can have access to advances and a portion without interest, a portion of the loan without interest. And also we are continuing to work with them in different ways. I'd like to note that last year we had a budget of more than $4 billion for the agricultural sector. That shows how invested we are. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Madam Speaker, in the thinly veiled words of former Finance Minister Bill Morneau, we learned that the Liberal government spending spree has contributed to inflation in Canada, cutting off the incomes of thousands of Canadians because absolutely every single thing costs more. Madam Speaker, more proof of Liberal incompetence as this government has totally lost control of spending. Do the Liberals agree with Bill Morneau's statements? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, the member asking the question has campaigned on the proposal to spend a lot more than the Liberal government. Madam Speaker, it was a deficit that $168 million that they'd proposed. We are focusing on prosperity and economic growth, and that is why experts expect that this year and next year, Canada will have the highest growth rate among the G7 countries. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Madam Speaker, the luxury tax in C-19 misses the mark. It spares the rich who buy private jets, but it taxes Quebec's aerospace industry. My Liberal colleague knows this. She promised 2 weeks ago, and I quote, to make sure that our manufacturers don't pay the price. Since then, her government has voted against all our amendments that would solve the problem. Taxing the rich is fine, but taxing instead the jewel in the crown of Quebec's economy is a no-no. When will the Quebec Liberals get to work to protect the aerospace industry? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I fully agree that the aerospace industry is absolutely crucial to our economy. It's a jewel in the crown of our economy, particularly in Quebec. And as I said last week, we are going to ensure that our manufacturers do not pay the price of this luxury tax. But a luxury tax, Madam Speaker, is so important. We know that everybody has to pay their fair share, particularly now with the cost of living that is rising. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Madam Speaker, Bill C-19 is on the verge of being passed, and it would be harmful to the aerospace industry. That's why the Bloc Québécois reached out to the government. We are proposing to pass C-19, but to delay the implementation of the luxury tax on aircraft. The government doesn't understand the impact its ill-conceived measure will have on our businesses. At the very least, it should take the time to study them. Will the government accept this reasonable compromise on behalf of our workers, our businesses, and their workers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, it's always a pleasure to be able to collaborate with the Bloc Québécois on important files such as this one. Madam Speaker, we are sealing 62 different amendments by the Conservatives that is blocking the progress of this bill. I hope that the Bloc Québécois will help us in order to ensure that we can pass our budget bill and help Canadians with our budget. Thank you.
Member for Calgary-Foresthill.
Gillette Burka is an elite Ethiopian runner who broke the Canadians all-comers record at the 2018 Ottawa Marathon. This year, her and 24 other elite athletes from Ethiopia and Kenya were looking forward to return to Ottawa and compete in the Titan Tartan Ottawa International Marathon. They missed the marathon because their visas were caught in this Liberal-made immigration backlog. Can the minister clarify if this was due to the Liberals' mismanagement of immigration system in Canada or the unaddressed systemic racism in IRCC?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much to the member for his questions. Let me remind this House that last year we welcomed in our country over 405 new permanent residents, the greatest number of newcomers in a year in Canadian history. In 2022, we've already hit another record, Madam Speaker, processing over 246 PR applications and processing 216,000 work permits application. We're going to continue to invest in our immigration system, and I urge actually the member opposite to agree to pass our budget because there's
the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Madam Speaker, the Caregivers Program at IRCC continues to be one of the worst-run programs. Canadians are desperate to get caregivers here to help their families, but almost no applications have been finalized. The government said the goal was to finalize 80% of these cases within 12 months. The reality is, since April 2020, an average of only 2.2% of cases submitted per month are actually finalized. When will the government finally admit they failed caregivers and fix the caregivers' backlog?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, if last year has taught us anything, it is the importance of those who provide care to the members of our community, to allow them to stay in their homes and to receive the care they need in their communities. Last year, we welcomed more than 4,000 new permanent residents through our caregiver streams, and this year we're expecting to see another 6,000 new permanent residents through the caregiver stream. We will continue to work to bring caregivers to Canada to make sure they can provide supports for families who live in our communities.
Honourable member for Chatham, Kent Leamington.
A year ago, a constituent, Brian, married Daniela, a Colombian national, and they applied for a visa for her 7-year-old daughter, Sophie. 9 months later, no communication, no updates, just, we are processing your application. In frustration, they reached out to my office. We were told that on September the 9th, IRCC system change delayed applications made before that date. Astoundingly, the advice given by the agent was to start over with a whole new application along with additional fees, which would be probably processed before the original application. Minister, is this level of service acceptable?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madame la Présidente, we understand that decisions on immigration cases can have a profound impact on individuals' lives. Every case is assessed based on its merits in a fair manner and in accordance to Canadian law. Each case is unique, but all applicants can expect impartial, professional treatment and clear, accountable decision-making. Due to the privacy law, I cannot comment on specific case, but it will be a pleasure in reaching out and talking more to the member. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, farmers in my region and throughout Quebec are drowning. Not only are they seeing the price of diesel rise astronomically, but they're dealing with a spectacular rise in the cost of fertilizer. And if that weren't enough, they are facing the endless delays from Immigration Canada, and temporary foreign workers can't even come to Canada. Some farmers fear they're going to lose their crops, and that's what they live off of, and that's what feeds us. Why is this government refusing to fix the shameful delays and endless delays at Immigration Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, we know that immigration is essential in the fight against the labour shortage, and there is a priority process in place for the sought-after categories. We're talking about 260,000 work permits this year compared to 80,000 last year. We will continue to ensure that employers in Canada and in Quebec have access to the workers that they need in order to ensure Canada's economic recovery.
For Nunavut.
I asked this government to meet with the most impacted communities of the Baffinlands Mary River project. The Minister of Environment promised that they would do consultations, but since February, my constituents have been ignored by this government. The Minister of Northern Affairs has less than than 70 days before a decision needs to be made on this urgent issue. The most impacted communities cannot be ignored. When will this government finally listen to Indigenous voices before making decisions that impact their lives?
The Honourable Minister for Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the very important question. And on May 13th, the Independent Nunavut Impact Review Board submitted their report on the Baffinlands Iron Mine project. We thank them for their important work and thank all Northern and Indigenous partners for their participation in the NERB process. No decision has been made at this time. We will be taking the time to review the report along with federal officials. A decision will be taken following appropriate due diligence and comprehensive analysis, including whether the duty to consult has been met.
Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Madam Speaker, when the pandemic began and Canadians lost their jobs, then their paychecks, the government said, apply for help, don't wait, apply now. If you apply in good faith, you won't be punished. In fact, they took public servants from other departments and applied them to rolling CERB out the door. Now we've got delays in other departments on immigration, on access to EI. Where are those public servants? The government has asked them to put the squeeze on Canadians for $2,000, $4,000, $10,000 while they're struggling with inflation, while they're struggling with higher interest rates. So why is it that the government doesn't make it a priority to have government workers deliver the services that people need now instead of chasing after Canadians on debt the government said they shouldn't have to pay?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, allow me to take the opportunity to thank our hardworking public servants who have been working overtime and then some over the course of the pandemic to provide the programs like the CERB and others and to vulnerable Canadians and to Canadians who needed help in order to make it through to the other side of the pandemic. I understand the concern that the member is raising, and we will certainly work with him in order to ensure that all Canadians are treated fairly and with respect, Madam Speaker. That has always been our goal, and we have always had Canadian backs. We will continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Madam Speaker, June 1st marked the beginning of Pride Month across Canada, a time for all Canadians to celebrate the 2S LGBTQ2+ community and recognize their contributions across this country. Can the Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Youth speak to the importance of Pride season and some of the accomplishments of our government for the LGBTQ2 community? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from St. John's East for her question and incredible advocacy. And while always a time for celebration, Pride season is also a moment to reflect on activists. Many of those in my riding of Toronto Centre who risked everything by living their truth. Their sacrifices and advocacy for LGBTQ2 rights as well as protections have led to a safer and more inclusive Canada. This past year, we banned conversion therapy, and this year's budget proposes $100 million to develop and implement the first ever federal LGBTQ action plan. Every one of us plays a part in building an inclusive Canada. Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Madam Speaker, a local senior from Kelowna Lake Country who does not have a computer booked an appointment at the Service Canada Passport Office in Kelowna. He was turned away because he did not bring in forms he was told were available online only, and staff there couldn't print them. Our fabulous constituency team was pleased to serve him and printed off the forms he needed at my office. How could Service Canada offices not have forms or the capability to print off forms at their office? This is a failure of this government. When is the minister going to put the CERB back into Service Canada?
Wow. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question and her advocacy for constituents. Madam Speaker, as you know, Service Canada has been ramping up service for Canadians across the country in all of its service centres, step by step, day by day. We know that the volumes and that Canadians need the service delivered to them on a day-to-day basis. However, we also know that as we open up, we need to protect the safety of Canadians and ensure that as they come to our passport centres, that they have the documents they need so that we can serve them better. We will continue to work with Canadians to ensure they get the services they deserve. Thank you.
Member for Edmonton Manning.
Madam Speaker, April 2022, Greater Toronto airports hold more than 2,000 planes on the tarmac. April 2019, they only held 8. The reason? Travel restrictions. Travelers suffer through thousands of hours of delays. No thanks to this government's unnecessary travel policies. When will the Liberals allow Canadians to travel freely again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. As we've committed to Canadians from the beginning of the pandemic, is that everything we do is based on our desire to protect the health and safety of Canadians. And we've been guided by the advice that we receive from our experts. We have been adjusting our travel measures. We've been lifting some of them and we've been adjusting others, and we'll continuously work with our experts. But let me be clear, Madam Speaker, we're doing everything we can to address delays at airports. We're seeing similar delays around the world.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Madam Speaker, Vivian from Vernon has waited 3 years to attend an Indigenous Sundance ceremony in the U.S. because of COVID mandates. She applied for her passport in early April, sent the application by registered mail, and has a Canada Post signed receipt of delivery. Vivian paid for expedited passport service and has been charged to her credit card. My office made an inquiry, and Service Canada has no record of her application. Why has the minister failed so badly at her job?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Question is advocacy for its constituent on this particular file. Madam Speaker, Canadians are traveling again, and we're seeing unprecedented volumes around the country. And yes, there are specific cases that do need attention. I would encourage the member to reach out to my office so that we can find his constituent's file and make sure that she can travel to her appointed time.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
We have extreme labour shortages. We have ridiculous delays at the airport, at Service Canada. We have a deep divide in this country that has prevented family and friends from maybe ever speaking again.
Shameful.
And there is one thing that can stop all of this. Drop the mandates and lift the ridiculous travel restrictions. Experts from across every sector agree, except our Prime Minister. He tells us we are still in a pandemic, yet every province in every other country except China and North Korea has lifted these restrictions. So other than wanting extreme control, what is the reason for punishing Canadians and our tourism industry?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her concern for her constituents and for her question for a consistent advocacy on this. But we have to recognize that in the month of May, Madam Speaker, over 1,700 Canadians died. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but we have to recognize that COVID is not over. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians are still dying from COVID-19. These public health restrictions have helped Canadians stay alive throughout this pandemic, and they will continue to. And I'd hope that the members opposite could have some compassion to the families who are grieving for their dead family members who passed away in May.
L'honorable député de... L'honorable député de Pierre-Boucher, les Patriotes, Verchères.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, Quebec has already been robbed of $342 million in the infrastructure agreement and could lose up to $4 billion more. Why? Because Ottawa is unilaterally changing the terms of the agreement signed with Quebec. They're changing the deadline to submit projects from 2025 to March 31st, 2023. What happens if Quebec can't submit in 10 months all the projects it would have had 3 years to prepare? I quote the minister, the funds will be taken back. Why not respect the signed agreement instead of stealing Quebecers' money?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, on the contrary, Quebec has not lost a single cent of the money allocated for their transit and infrastructure projects. However, Madam Speaker, the Bloc would have you believe that there are no infrastructure projects that are ready in Quebec or needed. We believe, on the contrary, we want to see infrastructure money roll into the province of Quebec as quickly as possible to ensure that these funds are building the things that Quebecers need, like reliable transit and infrastructure, as quickly as possible. And that's what we're committed to doing as soon as the province provides us with their priority list.
Député de Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères.
Le ministre a dit
The minister said the exact opposite. On Monday, in committee, he admitted that he took $342 million from Quebec. He said, we did not transfer any money to Quebec. And what happens to the $4 billion promised to Quebec in March 2023? Again, he said that the money that's not used before March 31st will be taken back. It will not be transferred. The Liberals are violating the agreement. They stole $342 million from Quebec, and they're threatening to steal more. Why aren't they respecting the agreement? What good is signing an agreement with a government like this? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, there has not been any money stolen from the province of Quebec. On the contrary, all of the money that is allocated for Quebec will go to Quebec as soon as those priority projects are identified by the province. Madam Speaker, we want to ensure that all transit and infrastructure projects, all the money allocated are rolled out into the provinces and territories, but we need our counterparts from Quebec to identify those priority projects, and we look forward to rolling out those funds as soon as...
Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, Madam Speaker, G7 nations are calling on OPEC for energy solutions instead of turning to one of its own, Canada. Wow. Simple question, why?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are working very hard with our European colleagues and with the Americans. I was in Berlin just last week having conversations with them about how Canada can continue to work to support Europe at a time of crisis with respect to energy security, while also ensuring that we are enabling them to continue to work on the important energy transition to reduce carbon emissions in line with what climate science tells us we must.
For Calgary Centre.
I didn't quite follow that, but Madam Speaker, G7 nations stated that the energy security crisis is a grave concern for households around the world. Right. Canada, as a member of the G7, has the world's third largest reserves, yet our allies are not looking to us for energy solutions. Under this government, Canada's lost credibility with our peers. Can the minister tell Canadians how his government has failed to be able to help our allies?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I would simply say my honourable colleague is wrong. I was at the meetings of G7, and Canada participated actively with our colleagues. He conveniently ignores that the communique coming out of the G7 focuses very much on addressing energy security issues within the context of also addressing climate. As he also knows, we have accelerated the production of oil and gas by 300,000 barrels a year, 300,000 barrels a day by the end of the year. To address some of those energy security issues, we are talking with Europe about LNG and hydrogen as a transition to a low carbon future. We certainly are partnering very actively with our European friends.
Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker, government departments are continuing to violate Treasury Board rules by allowing Liberal insiders and preferred vendors to split contracts in order to avoid a competitive bid process. Order paper question came back shows several hundred examples of this. This was brought up to the previous Treasury Board president, who frankly could care less. Will the new Treasury Board president address this, or will she too turn a Liberal blind eye to this corruption?
Honorable Présidente du Conseil du Trésor.
Madam Speaker, our government is committed to providing high-quality services to Canadians while ensuring the best value for taxpayers, which is why contracts are issued in a fair way in accordance with Treasury Board policies. The procurement of professional services is used to complement the work of Canada's professional public service by meeting unexpected fluctuations in workload and to acquire special expertise, such as in response to the healthcare needs of remote northern communities. We know a strong federal public service is the best way to deliver for Canadians, and we will continue to do so. Madame la Speaker.
Honorable député d'Alfred Pellin.
Madame la Présidente, le maintien...
Madam Speaker, maintaining good jobs in Quebec's regions is a key aspect of solid economic development. The Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of National Revenue has an update on the new tax centre in Shawinigan and the benefits it'll bring to the region. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for Alfred Pellan for this question and his hard work. The centre in Shawinigan will create 150 new jobs and ensure stability for those already working in the region. Combined with the agency's pilot program for jobs in Quebec's regions, this is more evidence of our profound commitment towards the success of these important communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Essex.
Speaker, Statistics Canada and the 2022 budget show that Canada is lacking almost 1 million workers. As baby boomers retire, the worker deficit will increase to 2 million. Currently, the number of people entering the workforce are not enough to fill this gap. This absence of workers only puts further stress and strain on those who are already working because they lack the support they need. Speaker, how will this government help increase the number of workers entering the workforce and ensure that current workers don't burn out because employers are understaffed?
Good question. Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we have the lowest unemployment rate in over 50 years, and the member opposite is absolutely right. There is a labor shortage in this country right now, and that is why our government is so focused on ensuring that we welcome new immigrants to this country. I certainly hope that the Conservative Party agrees that immigration is an excellent solution to the labor shortage in this country, Madam Speaker. It is certainly part of our core values to be open and inviting to the world, and I hope that the Conservatives will join us.
Honourable member for Surrey Moose Mountain.
Madam Speaker, this government's lack of action to address escalating gas prices could now literally be a matter of life and death. One city in my riding has asked the Minister of Finance for a rebate on fuel costs, specifically for ambulances and fire trucks, because they can no longer afford to keep them fueled up. Will this government do the right thing and remove the GST on fuel, thereby delivering much-needed relief to municipalities just trying to fill up the tanks of their emergency service fleets?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we are well aware that the global increase in energy prices is hitting us all very hard, which is why we have various measures in the budget that are going to ensure that Canadians will see money go directly back into their pockets. It is also why we have an incentive program when it comes to the price on pollution that we implemented, which does ensure that 8 out of 10 Canadians receive more as part of the incentive program, as part of our federal subsidy, than they pay in the price on pollution, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Madam Speaker, Regina City Council has identified the construction of a new aquatic centre as a top priority in its recreational master plan. Fortunately, enough money has already been allocated to the city through the Investing in Canada infrastructure program. Unfortunately, much of that money is going unspent because it is locked into mothballed public transit projects. Madam Speaker, will the government be reasonable and flexible and approve the request to reallocate these funds?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for raising this question. As a former city councillor myself, I understand the importance of investing in community infrastructure like recreation, community centres, and we are committed to working with all levels of government, all orders of government, to ensure that the priorities that they set forward, that there are infrastructure dollars there. But Madam Speaker, we must also be clear that the need for clean, reliable, efficient transit across this country is incredibly important. I endeavor to work with that member and his local councillors to determine the best way to move forward on these projects, but we're committed to building...
Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Madam Speaker, our country's rail transportation system connects communities and keeps our supply chains running. However, accidents still happen and that unfortunately result in injuries and even fatalities. Can the Minister of Transport update the House on what our government is doing to protect Canadians and to keep our rail system safe?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for this timely question and for his advocacy. Our government is working to ensure that Canada's rail transportation system remains one of the safest in the world. This morning, I announced that we are investing $24 million for 147 projects across the country under our Rail Safety Improvement Program. This is in addition to the $107 million we've invested since 2017. I want to assure my honorable colleague and all Canadians that we will keep taking action to keep our rail system safe.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, last month, hurricane-force winds destroyed large sections of the power grids in Ontario and Quebec. Floods inundated the West Point First Nation in Northwest Territories and the Peguis First Nation in Manitoba. And a report from the Globe and Mail showed that even more Canadian communities are at serious risk of flooding. Extreme weather is costing Canada more than $5 billion every year, and that will only increase. When will Ottawa fund significant proactive measures to protect our communities instead of just helping them clean up?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for this important question. I can tell you the storm impacted my community right here in Ottawa.
Can I talk to you about this one, please?
I'm sorry. There's an honourable member who has a microphone unmuted. I would ask them to mute their microphones, except for the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to thank the member for this. As well, we have to invest in building resiliency in our infrastructure, and that's why there is a over $3 billion mitigation and adaptation fund available. We will continue to work with our respective local communities so that planning could take place and we could invest in building more resilient infrastructure to deal with the drastic impacts of climate change. Thank you.
Is all the time for oral questions. My God. Affaires courantes. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36-8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition. This return will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapports de comité. Dépôt de projets.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture de projets de loi d'intérêt public.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise to move concurrence on the first report of the stand.
Apologies. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd. So Mr. Comich, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moves that the first report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts presented on Tuesday, February 8, 2022 be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the excitement, I rose before you could read into the record which report I was trying to move concurrence report. And honestly, I am excited to do this. The Standing Committee on Public Accounts is probably known as one of the most powerful committees of the House of Commons. It has far, I'd say, more influence than many others. It is one of the very few committees where deputy ministers are obliged to appear in order to respond to questions from members of Parliament, but also to explain why there are shortcomings often in reports from Auditor General. So the report I am interested in debating today is report number 1, Procuring Complex Information Technology Solutions of the 2021 reports of the Auditor General of Canada. This particular report was last tabled in the 43rd Parliament second session, June 2021, and I had the distinct privilege, briefly, being elected chair of the Public Accounts Committee, the Standing Committee of the House of Commons, late last year or for the beginning of this year. It's good to see you, Mr. Chair, in the chair right now. And so what I wanted to do, as I've done in past concurrence reports, is to explain to constituents back home why are we debating this particular report. And it comes down to the recommendations found therein. And that's where I wanted to go, because this report has 8 recommendations in it, and I wanted to go over them so that constituents back home could understand why this is important. Now, I was trying to download the government's response to the report, but as with much in this government, it told me the link was broken and not working, and so I actually couldn't get them. I know it's typical, Chair, it's typical. So I actually couldn't, and I tried twice on 2 different devices to get the contents of the responses. So I'm going to focus on the recommendations. Oftentimes I have constituents who come to my office and they're worried about government spending. They're worried about excess spending and deficits and debt spending that is going on in our country. We saw during question period lots of questions about the state of the country's finances, and how we all remember back in 2015 it was this liberal government that promised itsy-bitsy, little tiny $10 billion deficits, no more, to be over by 2019. Well, it is 2022 now, and we have massive structural permanent deficits. So where am I going with this? I tell constituents that waste in government starts with millions, not billions. It starts with the little things. It starts with things like contract splitting to sole source, to individuals likely close to the government or close to particular public officials in the bureaucracies. And then you have, a few $100,000 here, a few $100,000 there. It turns into millions of dollars. Then there are delays. There are dry dock fees, perhaps, with the National Shipbuilding Strategy. Dry dock fees that amount to hundreds of millions of dollars. And there is sometimes no construction going on. And I think that is a major source of concern to constituents, because what they think is, well, Tom, just take this large program, billions of dollars, and then just cut that. And I go, that's not how government works. The government in the 6th year of this current budget 2022, will be a $500 billion operation. $500 billion. Never in my lifetime did I think that this would happen. And, I want to put some credit to the Auditor General. I remember being a much younger man 20 years ago, and Chair, you'll remember this because it was important to your particular province, but we all remember the sponsorship scandal. The sponsors scandal, the 1995 referendum, those were my formative years and how I got interested in politics. I still have a copy of the Auditor General report and her findings on my bookcase. Not mint, I'll tell you that. It is well flipped through, has lots of annotations put into it. But those were millions of dollars of wasted, corruptly spent monies that the Auditor General found and then reported on. Not saying that this report has the same impact, but it talks about that millions of dollars being wasted, the opportunities for corruption to exist within government, and then how do we deal with it as parliamentarians? This place is supposed to provide accountability and oversight in order to ensure that the public purse is spent wisely, that we spend money wisely. That was an entire, it's the function of the challenge function like a board of directors would have with the executive in a company, where the executive here is the cabinet that typically sits in the front bench on to the right of the speaker. And that's the importance of this place, to make sure we catch those millions before they become billions. So let me go into the recommendations of the report. Recommendation number 1, the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat, Public Service and Procurement Canada and Shared Services Canada should provide the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Accounts with reports outlining what progress has been made with regard to developing more comprehensive guidance and training for employees to improve their understanding of agile procurement and how to apply collaborative methods. PSPC should also provide a final report. Now, that is a lot of technical language right there, but very essentially to constituents back home, better training for the public service, better training also, as we saw again from matters coming out of question period, on what the rules of the Treasury Board Secretariat actually are on things like splitting contracts into two so they fall under $25,000. It's as big an issue in my province, I suspect, as it is in your province, Mr. Chair, that these types of issues will come up where you have civil servants at the closest level dealing with persons trying to seek a grant or organizations trying to seek a grant, or they're trying to get a contract in very quickly, perhaps procure a service or construction material or do quick renovations, and the splitting of contracts is not supposed to happen. You're supposed to do an open bid so that taxpayers can get the best absolute price and service, and the two always go together hand in hand. Recommendation number 2, that Treasury Board Secretariat, in consultation with PSPC and SSC, Shared Services Canada, should provide the committee with a progress report regarding the assessment of the skills, competencies, and experience that procurement officers need to support agile approaches to complex information technology procurements. I think in this space, I think we will all admit that we have a great amount of technology that is coming into our spaces, and we have a lot of individuals who are now using things like, smartphone devices, but we have large tablets. We're doing a lot of work. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left?
L'honorable député dispose encore de 13 minutes.
13 more minutes.
Speaker, I was making sure that my dear colleague for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, was in the chamber so that I could split my time with him, and he could then continue speaking to the recommendations of the report. It was in my notes, but I wanted to make sure I got that in. I was actually in the chamber so I could split it with him. Recommendation number 3, Treasury Board Secretariat should provide the committee's reports outlining the progress made with regard to ensuring that governance mechanisms are in place to engage senior representatives of concerned departments and agencies for the Next Generation Human Resources and Pay Initiative. Again, more training in place, and I know the member for Edmonton West would appreciate this because he's always, I say, hassling me in a friendly way about it, but I used to work in human resources before being elected to this parliament. I was responsible for things like, HR practices and labor policies. I wasn't directly involved in it, but I worked for the professional association that was responsible for saying things like the code of ethics, the practice guidelines. So I would often work with large committees of professionals who knew what the guidelines should be. And you learn a lot just by sitting around the table for 3 years from the experts in the field, over 6,000 HR professionals in the province of Alberta at the time. Things like Next Generation Human Resources and Pay. Pay is the most basic thing you have to get right in human resources. So when I see things like the Phoenix Pay System and all the travails that have happened since then, all the difficulties in getting it right, if you just get it right in the first place, you will make sure you avoid all those problems into the future. And just a moment on Phoenix Pay, I have a lot of constituents who've been affected by it, so I'm always trying to help them. In fact, my case file manager was Phoenixed 1 month herself while she was trying to help constituents. And she, although hers was a very small amount, others were much larger. So, Speaker, you give me the signal that I am running out of time. So I do have a Yiddish proverb, and the Yiddish proverb that I want to use at this time is one I've used before. I think it's so relevant. Is when you sweep the house, you find everything. And I think all of these reports, we have so many reports are tabled in this House. Some receive recommendations and get a government response, and some don't. But some of these reports do have very valuable content and information. And this particular one speaks to avoiding millions of dollars of potential waste so they don't turn into billions. We're running a $50 billion plus deficit. That needs to stop. It needs to be wound down. We need to make sure we pay down the national debt, and it begins with ensuring that we spend money wisely. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting that the Conservatives once again want to use their political gamesmanship to prevent good legislation from being passed. Bill C-21 is what we were supposed to be talking about today, but they reach into their not-so-tricky book type of thing, and they say, well, we want to debate this particular issue. And my question to the member is, why is it? Does he feel that the Conservative Party wants to continue to play games inside the House and prevent the important debate that Canadians want? C-21 is about guns and so forth. Why are they trying to avoid that debate?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, but yesterday, this member, during the standing order debate, talked about making Friday the day when any member could rise in this chamber to speak about an issue that they care about. I am simply practicing what he is preaching.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his ongoing work to make sure that government is both accountable and responsive. And Mr. Speaker, the use of agile systems to be able to run procurements is something that has been long discussed because industry and government, and be prepared, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to shock you. Sometimes industry can't read the mind of government. And so there are so many things that the government can do. The member did talk about the Phoenix pay issues. Could he maybe just give us an example of how those processes could have been improved through agile decision-making, or process, pardon me?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Speaker. So in my experience, having, again, spoken for 3 years, I was working for a professional association responsible for this, not the payroll association, but HR professionals. Typically, what you would do is you hire more compensation advisors. And I'll admit that at the time when Phoenix was being rolled out in its first phase, there wasn't enough compensation advisors because you want to work out all the kinks. It's like when you're running an update to something like an old Microsoft update for like Windows 95. There's always errors that are going to happen. So before you make it live and give it to everyone, you have a small group of people on which you test it on. And there are Treasury Board documents that show that that test did not happen with the Phoenix pay system. And the minister at the time knew that a rollout at phase 2 would pose a disaster for those who would be caught up in the system. It's an easy thing to do. Do all of your due diligence at the beginning, even if you have to pay more for compensation advisors.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really quite pleased with the member's endorsement of the fact that during the standing orders we talked, and I made the suggestion that Friday be a debate day, so I'm going to take that as an endorsation of that particular recommendation I was making. But back to the point of the government's legislative agenda, because that's really what we're talking about today when the opposition moves yet another concurrence motion. Does the Conservative Party have any sense in terms of a commitment to pass Bill C-21, or could we anticipate that there's going to be many speakers on that particular bill? Are they prepared to see that bill ultimately pass?
Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Speaker, I can't divine what my House leader is thinking, nor what the members on my side of the House may want to speak on, because I'm sure that on Monday, when the government table dropped this legislation, many of our constituents did not even know such a thing was coming, were not expecting its contents. And over the summer months, I would hope that we will collect our emails, collect information we get from our constituents who are affected by it, and then reflect that back in this House so we can inform the government on what they're actually doing and the impacts it will have on the 2 million legal firearms owners.
We have the time for a 20-second maximum question. We will go online. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock, 20 seconds.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Calgary Shepherd for the amazing job that he is doing. I know that he represents his folks well. He mentioned the Phoenix pay system fiasco. I was just wondering if he can tell us a little bit more about how that has affected his constituents.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd, 15 seconds max. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the member is absolutely correct. I have been to his riding, and like in his riding, like in my riding, we have a lot of lawful firearms owners who want to abide by all the rules set out by the government. They understand it is a privilege, and they've had a lot of difficulty over the last 20, 30 years with ever-changing rules and expectations that keep being set higher and higher. Thank you, Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Point of order, the Honourable Member for Berthier is rising. Berthier-Masquinongé is rising with a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask unanimous consent of the House to present the petition that I had planned to present today. because there are people in Berthier-Maskinongé who came to the Hill especially for this. I think it's thank you.
Les collègues ont entendu la question.
The colleagues have heard the question. All those opposed to what the honourable member is proposing will say nay.
D'accord.
Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will say nay.
Adopté.
Carried. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by thanking each of my colleagues for their solicitude. Today, Mr. Speaker, I'm tabling a petition 3748, which on shoreline protection that I sponsored and supported by a series of resolutions voted on by various municipal councils and the MRC in my riding that I will send to the minister in the coming days. This petition gathered 809 signatures and was launched by Roy Gregoire of Saint-Ignace de Loyola, who came to Ottawa, as I said, to bring this message along with a number of mayors from Berthier-Maskinongé. The signatories are asking the government to put in place a shoreline protection program for the St. Lawrence River in order to ensure adequate measures to stop erosion and ensure a safe and secure environment, such as regulations imposing a speed limit on various types of boats and the implementation and maintenance of protection for the shoreline. The federal government put in place a river protection program in 1997, which meant that it no longer was responsible for this. Our municipalities along the shorelines and their citizens have been having to deal with this problem that is increasingly important. Our small municipalities should not have to have this responsibility. In tabling this petition, the people are continuing the work, including the work of the member for Verchères-les-Patriotes, and it's high time for the federal government to take action and take the protection of the shoreline of the St. Lawrence very seriously. It's time to take action. I want to thank the honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Before we resume debate, we have a point of order. The honourable Minister of Public Safety and Public Procurement.
Could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78 sub 1 or 78 sub 2 with respect to report stage and third reading stage of Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022, and other measures. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78 sub 3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the respective stages of the said bill. Thank you.
I want to thank the Honourable Minister. We are now resuming debate with the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan-Similkameen, Nicola, for a 10-minute speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour for me to rise in this House with the members of Parliament.
I would like to talk today about agile procurement processes. Now, before I get into the substance of the debate, Mr. Chair, I just would like to say, first of all, that the Auditor General's role is extremely important. And anyone who wants to show appreciation for that role, where time, energy, human ingenuity, discussions, I'm sure robust discussions happen so that Canadians can know that there is a proper value for money auditing of government programs and services. And we know as a country we have a tremendous difficulty when it comes to procurement. Part of that is institutional. Part of it, I would say, Mr. Speaker, is having to do with a lack of leadership. But it is a difficult task. And the Auditor General, when the Auditor General comes to this place and tables a report, it's to make the system better. And the government accepts the recommendations, but whether or not that recommendation gets the proper scrutiny or political pressure to see those recommendations not just said we accept them. but to actually see them implemented. And so for anyone in this place to rise and say that discussing things like agile procurement processes, Mr. Chair, given the failures of this government to in effect the change that is necessary so we can move past the process issues, I think is not ideal. We should be talking about these things because they cost billions of dollars. And when they fail, Mr. Speaker, they fail Canadians. The Phoenix payroll system, I know, Mr. Chair, some people might say was brought in by the previous government. Those processes were brought in, but the ultimate decision to initiate overruling the advice given by IBM and others to this government that the system was not prepared and that there would be problems with the system lies fully on the government's decision to start it. Now, I'm not going to relitigate that whole issue, but it does point out a very recent example where Canadians were hurt hard. We had public servants who, in effect, were unable to give the proper information to the CRA, that were unable to feed their families or pay their mortgages. So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, if anyone in this place tries to diminish today's debate on concurrence, that's on them. They are trying to avoid the accountability and the expertise brought forward by the Auditor General. And when the Auditor General says, Mr. Speaker, that she is frustrated on things like veterans' wait lists, where she has made, and her office has made, repetitive recommendations accepted by government and not to see the subsequent improvements, Mr. Speaker, I could only understand how frustrating it is. We make recommendations to this government on a regular basis. Now, they don't accept any of them. They actually say things like, we have nothing to learn, yet, Mr. Chair, they ultimately have to do it, such as the decision on Huawei. It was this side of the House that said the government needs to stand with our allies and say no way to Huawei, and yet they didn't listen. Now, getting back to procurement and agile procurement. For those that are not necessarily familiar with the term, let me just bring out exactly what the Auditor General had to say. Pardon me, Mr. Chair, just one second. Okay. So when it comes to it, the Auditor General found the way that the procurements team collaborated with private sector suppliers on proposed internet technology solutions needed improvement. Suppliers wrote that they should be regularly confirmed that their procurement activities support the business's need. So, Mr. Chair, I will sum it up shortly by just saying agile versus the status quo is bringing industry in early and developing ongoing understanding and objectives. Now, nothing says to me more about this subject. It reminds me of a story right out of a book called The Death of Common Sense. It's by a lawyer from New York, and he gave the example, Mr. Chair, of a public servant in New York in the late 70s, early 80s. And this person was told, you need to put in process a procurement for a new bridge. Now, the gentleman at the time said, let's bring in industry, and brought in industry and said, how would you do this? And then was very quiet. Now, some of the larger firms said, well, we would do the traditional process and laid out what it would be, and at great cost to the taxpayer and a very lengthy process. And one of the participants said, I wouldn't do any of that. I would build the bridge like this because we can use the natural characteristics of the route. It would save on time and save on money, and you'd have a bridge much faster. So the error that public servant made, Mr. Chair, after bringing that consultant back in, or that bridge developer back in a second time, gave the contract directly to that person. And you know what, Mr. Chair? That bridge was built 2 years ahead of time, and it was at half the cost. Why? Is because rather than coming in with a prescriptive approach where the government thought that it had the perfect solution and instead, and then say to industry, build us this big bridge that would cost millions of dollars and go way over budget and take extra time, they simply said, how would you do this? Now, the public servant was ultimately fired. Yes, fired. Because he did not follow the procurement rules at the time. But again, it says to the question, and there's a great saying, Mr. Speaker, from Peter's Principle, from the book Peter's Principle. The first to go in any organization are the hyper-competent and the hyper-incompetent. Someone's terrible at what they do, they're gone. Someone who's incredible at what they do, they're gone. That's the example I'd like to put forward today, because Agile takes a very similar approach to it. So for example, instead of government saying this is what we think, what happens is you go to industry, bring them in right early, and here are the proposals. That's not what this government is doing. This government has been criticized as being too prescriptive. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? By being prescriptive, by going in and not necessarily taking advantage of the new technologies, and this might shock some Liberal and NDP bloc members today, but guess what? Government is not always a leader when it comes to new technology. And so we need to talk to the experts. And the experts, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, are in industry most of the time. They understand the technology, what it can and what it can't do. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, even when IBM said to the government, don't press start on the Phoenix Pay system, this government ignored that advice. Now, Mr. Speaker, this report is incredibly complex, and it's important for us to acknowledge that by moving from the current procurement process to an agile process laid out in this report, I invite Canadians to go to the Auditor General's website. It is the first report of the latest batch. I would ask Canadians to take a look at it and see how the contrast approach. And I really do hope that this government will actually draw upon that, Mr. Chair. Now, Mr. Chair, I'm a big believer in Canadian industry. I'm a big believer that we can reinvent government, especially when it comes to procurement processes, but we need to have a government that embraces change. This government and its so-called deliverology, Mr. Speaker, has not delivered when it comes to procurement. I certainly hope that they listen to our Auditor General. They may not listen to me, and that's okay. I understand that. Sometimes I don't want to listen to myself either. But Mr. Speaker, it's so fundamentally important that we start to address these processes, because procurement is one of the things that holds our government back. And while I'm on the floor, Mr. Chair, I move, seconded by the member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, that the debate now be adjourned.
Donc, Monsieur
Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Laurence, moves that the debate do now adjourn. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to ask for a recorded division or the motion be adopted on division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ask for a recorded division, please. Thank you.
Convoqué.
Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moved that the debate be now adjourned. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for electronic voting has been initiated. We'll now move on to in-person voting. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Aboutaïf.
Mr. Aboutaïf.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Que tous ceux qui...
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would vote no.
Mr. Hardy, no. Contre.
And Mr. Serry has raised.
Mr. Serry. Monsieur Serry.
Madame la Présidente, non.
Monsieur Serré, nay, contre.
Le bureau va maintenant
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Nays for 133, 133. Nays contre 170, 170.
Je déclare
I declare the motion defeated.
For Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola has 5 minutes of questions and comments. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts. You know, after question period, we were supposed to actually be debating Bill C-21. And now we have a few minutes left of the government legislation. That legislation was important. It made it illegal to transfer and sell and purchase handguns. This is something in which is really important to Canadians. At a time in which Canadians want this legislature to work in a cooperative fashion, why is the Conservative Party trying to filibuster such important legislation that the Minister of Public Service was here today in order to present and have that debate take place? Why wait to the last few minutes? And I'd be interested in why the Conservative Party does not feel this is an important issue.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Well, Madam Speaker, I said during my speech that we should be taking the Auditor General very seriously. The recommendations that the government says that it would agree to, it has not followed through with all of those, and we need to do a better job of procurement in this country. Now, the interesting thing is, this member just voted against my motion, Madam Speaker, to end debate. So we are continuing to debate the thing that he is upset that we're supposed to be not debating anymore. This is a House of Commons. The member knows the rules. He can go and he can put forward motions and have them accepted or rejected. I just did that. He voted against it. He wants to continue debate, apparently.
Questions and
comments. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And yeah, I thought it was a really great speech given by my colleague from British Columbia. And you know, just going through the Auditor General report myself here, I find it quite fascinating that there's one line here: a lack of engagement with key stakeholders and governance mechanisms can lead to problems that are costly and time-consuming to solve after contracts are awarded here. And I think this has been an emerging theme across multiple Auditor General reports that we are seeing in committee. I'm just wondering if the member has any comments towards that issue.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
I would like to thank the member for a great question. Madam Speaker, I've said before that the procurement system in this country has not worked well. It is something that is a challenge to us. We must do better. And I would point out in the report itself, the Office of the Auditor General found that ESDC, and I quote, had not established a clear governance structure for the Benefits Delivery Modernization Program. In 2019, an independent review found unclear accountabilities and gaps in the program's formal processes for decision-making. In response, the department developed a draft governance framework, but by the end of the audit period, it still was not formalized, even though the department had selected and awarded a pilot contract to a supplier for the program's core technology in December 2019. Madam Speaker, the government says that it accepts all recommendations by the Auditor General, yet does not take action. This report is an important guide map or roadmap, Madam Speaker, for a better way to handle procurement, particularly using agile procurement processes.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Part two, you betcha. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. There's another point in the findings portion of this report, and I think it's really interesting to note that the federal organizations rolled out agile procurement without sufficient training for staff or engagement with key stakeholders. Now, we heard the member talk about how the organization told this government to not hit the start button on the program, but yet here we are. So that engagement with stakeholders would have been extremely important, would have prevented the whole disaster with the Phoenix Pay system here. Wondering if the member wants to elaborate further on that.
Central Okanagan, Similkin and Nicola.
I'm very happy we can get into the guts of this particular report, Madam Speaker, in this debate. So recommendation 3 on engaging senior officials for complex procurements. This relates to Treasury Board. That the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat provide the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Accounts with reports outlining the progress made with regard to ensuring that governance mechanisms are in place to engage senior representatives of concerned departments and agencies for the Next Generation Human Resources and Pay Initiative as follows. So, Madam Speaker, there's a number of dates that follow that's in the report. Madam Speaker, we need to continue to scrutinize and hold this government to account when it says that it will do something. Madam Speaker, when it comes to things like the Phoenix pay system, when it comes to procurement, Madam Speaker, this government, they talk a good game, they don't walk one.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There's no doubt that the role and the importance of the Auditor General cannot be underestimated. We have consistently, whether we're in government or when we were in opposition, wanted to and encouraged not only for the Auditor General to provide these much-needed reports, whether it's a Conservative government or a Liberal government, but these things all help the society as a whole, and there is a response to the report. Now, having said that, Madam Speaker, I think it's really important here, and we see the behavior of the Conservative Party once again surface, where Canadians expect a sense of cooperation and a sense that this House of Commons will respond to the electoral mandate that we were all given, Madam Speaker, to focus attention on Canadians, on what's important issues that are facing Canadians today. We were supposed to be debating Bill C-21. The minister made a point of being able to be here, to listen to what opposition members had to say as he introduced for second reading this legislation. Legislation that made it illegal to transfer, sell, and buy handguns. The Conservative Party, true to form, again playing that destructive force on the floor of the House of Commons today. Here you have an opportunity to deal with an issue that is important to Canadians, Madam Speaker. Maybe members should go and talk to some of the people in Quebec, in Ontario, and other jurisdictions, Madam Speaker. Get a better understanding in terms of what the real issues are, as opposed to continue to play the types of games that we see day in and day out from a party that has no rudder, Madam Speaker. They're all over the map on a wide variety of issues. At the end of the day, Canadians deserve a more effective opposition. I sat in opposition for many years, Madam Speaker, and the types of issues that are before us today as a nation deserve more attention from the official opposition.
I must interrupt the Honourable Member. Comme il est 13h30.
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to private members' business as indicated in today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business. Resuming consideration at second reading stage of Bill C-241, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, deduction of travel expenses for trade person, standing in the name of Mr. Louis Essex.
And who is speaking? Oh, okay. Resuming debate, l'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Good day. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be here today to speak about this bill, C-241.
Pratico-pratic kind of person, and I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm really happy that my colleague across the way has brought forward this legislation. My father, my brothers have worked in the field of in construction and so on and so forth, and I'm very interested in the piece of legislation that my honourable colleague has brought forward. I have not decided yet whether or not I'm going to support it, but I will be speaking with the member across the way to get a little bit more information from him, because I do have a couple of concerns and questions. But at that point, I just want to say that when it comes to our tradespeople working in Canada, I know that throughout the pandemic, they really stepped up. And I know that the demand for tradespeople to work across Canada has boomed, whether it be in the construction industry, in plumbing, electricity, and so on and so forth. So I do want to commend the member opposite for supporting the trades, for supporting those who are making sure that our economy continues. And so with that, I'm not going to speak for very long on this bill. I just wanted to let the member know that I am looking forward to speaking to him to determine whether or not I will be supporting this piece of legislation. Thank you. Merci.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for Essex for this bill. And before speaking here, we did our duty, we did our research, and I can tell him that we'll be voting in favor of this important bill. So I want to congratulate him. As you know, Madam Speaker, C-241 amends the Income Tax Act to allow tradespeople and contracted apprentices to deduct their travel expenses from their income when they are employed in the construction industry at a work site that it is at least 120 kilometers from their ordinary place of residence. Subsection 8.1 of the Income Tax Act is amended by adding the following after paragraph Q, travel expenses of trade person, Q1, where the taxpayer was employed as a duly qualified tradesperson or an apprentice under contract for construction activities at a work site that is at least 120 kilometers from the taxpayer's ordinary place of residence. The taxpayer's expenses incurred in the year of traveling between the taxpayer's place of residence and the work site if he or she was required to pay those expenses under the terms of his or her contract of employment. And I'm going to use the expression, your colleague, Madam Speaker, they did not receive, in respect of those expenses, any allowances not included in computing their income for the year. And to continue on with the naming convention, he or she does not claim, in respect of those expenses, a deduction from income or a tax credit for the year under any other provision of this Act. As the bloc has said, we will vote in favor of Bill C-241. As you know, Madam Speaker, this was one of the recommendations of the Canadian Building and Construction Trades Union, CBTCT, which represents over 500,000 construction workers in Canada who are members of 14 international unions. These people work in over 60 trades and occupations and generate 6% of the country's GDP. Madam Speaker, salespeople, professionals, and other workers in various sectors already receive a tax deduction for travel, meals, and accommodation expenses. It is therefore only fair to claim the same for skilled workers who work on construction sites in regions or provinces other than the one in which their main place of residence is located. This is a matter of fairness. Growth and investment in infrastructure is often uneven across regions, which may partially explain the more pronounced labor shortages seen in some regions. One of the main obstacles to economic recovery is this labor shortage. One of the ways of influencing price increases is therefore to tackle the labor shortage and improve mobility, and improving mobility can partially reduce it. Also, when expenses are not covered by the employer, workers have to pay them themselves, and with a family to support, the additional expenses for travel can be overly high and in doing so hinder a worker's mobility. This tax deduction is a concrete and effective measure to promote the mobility of workers in the construction sector. Moreover, according to calculations that have been made, the measure would allow the federal government to save potentially $347 million. Other countries, such as the United States, allow such a tax deduction for skilled labor. Under the U.S. Revenue Code, these employees can deduct the cost of meals, travel, and accommodation for temporary work away from their place of residence. Such a measure would encourage a return to work, address labor shortages, and reduce reliance on government programs such as employment insurance. I would like to clarify what already exists. An employee can only deduct expenses that are specifically provided for in the law. In general, an employee can claim expenses if his or her employment contract requires him or her to pay them personally, if he or she is usually required to perform his or her duties away from the employer's place of business, or if he or she does not receive a non-taxable travel allowance. The employer must certify that the employee's working conditions allow him or her to deduct certain expenses. A commissioned employee may deduct all expenses except those of a capital nature and those relating to sports or leisure club memberships and subscriptions up to the amount of the commission received. This limit does not, however, apply to depreciation or interest on a car. Tradespersons are entitled to a tax deduction of up to $500 a year for the purchase of new tools for the purposes of fulfilling a condition of employment. However, the first $1,257, and it's actually $1,215 in Quebec, of expenses is not deductible. As I mentioned earlier, the cost of traveling to a job site far from one's place of residence can affect a worker's decision to accept a contract or not. In the current context of high inflation, the costs of travel are, in fact, accentuated. We just need to think of the price of gas. Implementation will make a real difference for workers who must travel. According to a recent survey by the Building Trades Union, 3/4 of skilled trades workers say that a tax deduction will give them access to more job opportunities. So with inflation, now it's time to introduce this tax deduction to take some of the pressure off workers' wallets. Let me illustrate the absurdity of the current situation and how C-241 can, in fact, correct it. Currently, a person who sells rebar or conduit for the construction of a new building can travel and deduct travel, meals, and accommodation expenses from his or her income. But this option is unfairly denied to the skilled workers who will install that rebar or conduit. This is unfair. With C-241, this option will also be available to these workers. C-241, therefore, makes it possible to partially reduce the labor shortage in certain sectors, and the Bloc Québécois is proposing a basket of measures to alleviate the labor shortage problem throughout Quebec. We must increase the productivity of our businesses, do more with less. We must let Quebec manage foreign worker programs. We must encourage seniors who wish to remain in the labor market to do so without being penalized from a fiscal standpoint. And we have another number of other suggestions. For example, we are also proposing the transfer of the temporary foreign worker program to Quebec. And in terms of training, we're very satisfied with the Quebec model. So, Madam Speaker, we are proposing all this, and we recognize that C-241 will help to fill the labor shortage, relieve workers who have to move far from home, and bring a little bit more fairness to the tax system. That's why we're going to be voting in favor, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak today on this bill, Bill C-241. And I want to thank the member for Essex for putting this forward. And I'd also like to thank him for reaching out to me about my private member's bill and his private member's bill. And I've been here for a while, but at the same time, it was really nice to have the member take the initiative, and deserves a lot of credit for that, because we all get busy here and we all get busy in our own little worlds. And it was nice to get the reminder in the conversation, because his bill is really exciting. I believe my bill is really exciting. And the fact that two members so close and neighbors got pulled in the first top 10 of PMBs is something I haven't seen in my years here. And we're actually going to have the votes on the same day. And so his bill is very important for workers, not only just for Essex, but for Windsor, Windsor-Tecumseh, a number of different municipalities in our general region, but also across this country. And what excites me about this is that our former member, Chris Charlton from the NDP in the Hamilton area, had this bill originally. There's been others. And then mostly recently, the member for Hamilton Mountain has had this bill in the past, and it was a little bit of a variation to it. He proposed 80 kilometers in terms of travel distance for skilled trades getting a tax deductibility. This is for 120 kilometers, so it's a minor thing between the two that can be worked out of committee. And I just don't understand how you couldn't support this getting to committee. That's almost, it blows my mind. I'm in the same boat with my bill C-248, which is a national urban park for the constituents of Windsor, Essex County, and to protect 130 endangered species for all of Canada. And to find reasons not to support this bill is actually kind of twisted and bizarre, quite frankly. Because these things can be actually moved to committee to be identified and examined. And in fact, in the past, the Liberals have supported some of this legislation in the past, so I'd be kind of shocked if they didn't do it here. And I think the member for Essex deserves credit for doing this in very much a complementary way of what we want to see this Parliament work to in the next number of years. And if it stays together and it goes together, this is a bill that actually can get done. And what's important, Madam Speaker, is that the skilled trades people that he's trying to help here right now are men and women, and sometimes new Canadians as well, that need to get the support that businesses already get. Some of the largest corporations can write off all kinds of things, from sports, entertainment, booze, anything they want. But what we're talking about here is helping people with travel costs and skilled trades, which we have a shortage of, to get across our country, which actually also, indirectly, I can tell you, helps builds the bonds of this country. I know that when Windsor had high unemployment rates, we had many skilled trades that would go and fly out every single day to Alberta and Saskatchewan where they needed people, and that actually built bonds amongst Canadians. And so the extra stress and the pain and the loss of contact with your family and the loss of income in terms of doing that are things that really we should identify. And there are small but significant gestures for those workers. And I would suggest, Madam Speaker, as well, when you look at this issue, we're trying to get more women involved with skilled trades as well, too. And so this small tax deductibility will help them and their families, especially as they still are primary child raisers in the family. That would be another thing to actually look at with this bill, is the people that we want to see fill the void, and especially the gap that we're going to have even more and increasing, would actually get a little bit of benefit here. So the member for Essex has a bill here that has been lurking around the House a little bit here and there in terms of different ways. He has presented it in a way to build cooperation and support. He's done so in a way that also connects his local community and the rest of the country, and is actually more just about those individuals getting something, but actually nation building. And the timing couldn't be better for this bill, knowing that we actually have right now to fight to keep and retain employees in Canada. And I can tell you right now, for all the studies at industry and international trade, the two committees that I'm on, we have heard testimony after testimony about Canadians getting poached internationally. That is something that's taking place right now. And so this is actually a very good step, because it actually just shows to those workers right now that their country needs them, the country wants them, and then also for new entrants that are getting into this business,
that they're going to get some extra financial support because they often have to have purchasing their own equipment, tools, training. There's all these things that continue for this professions, and they're also very important to have those skills in our community. And this is why I think the Members for Essex bill is also more about the community, because the better we have skilled trades, like who didn't go around in their neighborhood and try to get the help from a skilled tradesperson to do your deck, to help you on the driveway, to get your home renovation evaluated as you go through building permits, and family, friends pitching in for all kinds of different things, doing all the right work. And so that community capacity building is part of having actually skilled trades there. I can tell you bricklayers are needed everywhere. There's all kinds of metal workers that are necessary. It goes on and on, carpenters, and we've seen all those organizations, whether independent or the union, want to support this type of legislation. And again, I think that when you're a member of parliament and you put forth a private member's bill, if you can do one that connects a little bit of your priority for your community, but also with the rest of the country, this is a supporting thing to do. I've seen other members present things in here with no hope of actually pushing it forward, but just to kind of push button things and try to get people excited, or they know it's doomed for failure because they want to make it a point. This is a bill we should be fast tracking because of its history, the way that it's being presented to us in the Commons, and then also too how we can move it towards the Senate. And I know that the government has doing some work on skilled trades. There's some things that that look like they're pretty good, but they're taking a while to wind themselves through the system. Here's a controllable that we have right here, and that's why I really like this bill, is it doesn't try to solve everything that we have to do all at once. What it does is it looks at a policy that's been advocated by professionals and those in the system, and it's been one that's been around that has that type of support, and it's just going to actually elevate that issue quicker, and it'll be one of the boxes we can check off right away. So this should actually get unanimous consent, I believe, to go to committee at the very least. It's been one that is, again, been around the table many times in different ways. And I was glad to see it presented here because my people in Windsor and Essex County, as I mentioned before, they've had to go and travel in other places, and they may have to do so again. We're booming in many respects right now. We have some good developments that have taken place because we've worked really hard and laid the table and foundation. And part of that, Madam Speaker, is because of the quality of labor and skill sets that we have. So we're actually winning jobs and contracts because of the quality of the people that we have living in Windsor, Essex, Tecumseh area, and that's actually attracting not only just domestic investment, foreign investment. So that's another thing that the member for Essex needs to be supported on in here, is because other communities, if we can build the skilled trades up in this country, are going to receive better investments, because the shortages aren't just here in Windsor and Essex County and the rest of Canada for skilled trades, it's across the globe. So that's really critically important. I think as well too, coming from Windsor is a fourth most diverse community, Windsor West, in terms of urban cities in Canada, and we had a lot of our history tied to skilled trades coming into this country. My grandfather, Fred Atwood, he served in the Ark Royal and the Royal Navy and the Merchant Marines, and then he worked for Higham Walkers. And I'm lucky to have in my garage his tools from Higham Walkers from when he retired there. They did a nice thing for him, a gift, and presented it in a box and everything. But I looked through them once in a while to see, and I could see that he had to buy all those different things, and I didn't realize it till later on. Because I would go every Sunday over to his house and cut the lawn and hang out and listen to the stories of the Second World War and do a number of different gardening and projects with them, is that he had doubles and triples of different tools because he actually used them at work and at home, and there was a considerable expense. And so we know that when people are traveling, and I can probably members of Parliament how many different things how many times you have to buy a second or third toothbrush because you actually didn't remember to bring those things with you, or you're racing out to get the airport, or racing to get to a job or an event or whatever it might be. And it's no different for some of these men and women that are actually skilled and also very important to get to emergency situations as well. And so this is how this bill is very appropriate, because it helps take care of some of those things that otherwise they would be the burden of the family. And again, the less stress that we can have, the more support we can do, and especially transitioning the industry for the future, this bill meets all of those boxes. So I want to thank the member for Essex. I was very happy to be able to be in person here to speak to this bill today. And one of the reasons I stayed to do so is because he showed courtesy and respect by reaching out to me to work on our legislation together, and he should be commended for that, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to express my full support for Bill C-241, an act to amend the Income Tax Act. Before I begin, I would like to commend my colleague from Essex, right behind me, for introducing this great piece of legislation. This bill clearly shows his commitment to serving his community and the working class Canadians. Madam Speaker, we must first recognize the essential role of Canada's hard-working tradespeople. The trades are the cornerstone to our economy, and we must support the workers in this critically important sector. In my province of Manitoba, trades and construction represents 21.3% of all Manitoba workers. This bill would have a positive impact on many tradespeople across my province and across our country. Madam Speaker, C-241 allows for qualified tradespeople or indentured apprentices to claim travel-related expenses for their work. This legislation would allow tradespeople to claim travel for work at least 120 kilometers away from their residence. Currently, corporations and self-employed individuals enjoy the benefit of claiming eligible travel-related expenses. If a corporation incurs transportation expenses for business operations, they subtract these expenses from taxable profit. This bill extends these benefits to trades so that tradespeople have equal treatment. Madam Speaker, I would like to tell you about a licensed electrician working in my constituency. She is forced to travel long distance for work because there is no substantial amount of construction work in her area. She needs to travel to pay her bills. Money is already tight, and she knows how to foot a bill for travel, accommodations, and food. She realized that not every worker has the same struggle while traveling for work. Although business workers and construction workers both travel, not everyone will be reimbursed for their work expenses. It should not matter if a worker is in a suit or in a hard hat. They should both be fairly reimbursed for their work. Madam Speaker, Bill C-241 is important for all Canada, but it is even more important for rural Canada. As an MP who proudly represents a rural region, I understand the challenges of traveling long distances to get from point A to point B. There are not many short trips and cheap gas bills for rural Canada. Madam Speaker, I was in Dauphin last week and met a constituent named Jeff Hawkbridge. Jeff recently opened Hawkbridge Trade School. Over the last few months, he has been working hard to offer training services for heavy equipment operations in the parkland regions in Manitoba. Jeff and his team are working to support the next generation of trades and are teaching the skills that are among the most desired in our country. Jeff understands that operating a business in rural Canada carries additional burdens that makes it difficult to work in the skilled trades. Most notably, operating in rural regions requires a significant amount of travel between various communities. This means that tradespeople often required to travel long distances for their work. This travel is unavoidable, and tradespeople must bear the additional cost to simply do their job. When Canada's tradespeople incur more costs, they take home less for themselves. They take home less money to support their families, and they take home less money to reinvest in their communities. Madam Speaker, Bill C-241 will also help address our nation's current economic challenges. Canada is in the middle of a cost of living crisis, and goods and services are becoming unaffordable for millions of Canadians. One of these essential goods is fuel. With gas prices reaching record levels, Canadians, especially rural Canadians, deserve a break. This bill ensures that tradespeople enjoy the same taxable benefits as corporations and self-employed individuals for travel. Bill C-241 decreases the financial burden of transportation and by extension allows tradespeople to sign up for jobs further away from where they live. Madam Speaker, Canada is facing a labour shortage, and I believe as parliamentarians we must work to fill these gaps. Canada's trades industry is one of the most impacted sectors by the national labour shortage. In my province of Manitoba, the trades sector will account for the highest number of vacancies over the next 3 years. If we want to attract talent in Canada's trades, we need to support these Canadians in their field of choice. It is no secret that trades offer excellent careers through highly skilled, highly paid positions. We must ensure that they are treated as such. Workers in trades must appropriately be compensated for their skills and their work. We cannot wait any longer to train the next generation of skilled tradespeople. Bill C-241 will help address the national labour shortage and help folks like Jeff increase student enrollment in Canada's trades. Madam Speaker, Bill C-241 is a pro-worker, pro-jobs, pro-paycheck bill. This bill provides the support that tradespeople need, and this bill helps grow the skilled trades sector. Madam Speaker, it is no surprise that trade unions around the country have expressed their widespread support for this bill. They have been advocating for these measures for years. The working class people of this country have often fallen through the cracks, and it is time for the government to step up. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I would like again to thank my colleague from Essex for his great work in drafting this bill. Bill C-241 recognizes that the working class Canadians are the backbone of this country. At a time when Canadians are experiencing significant financial hardship, at a time when Canadians deserve a break, and at a time when our nation is desperate for needed skilled trades, we must address these challenges, and I urge members of this House to send this bill to committee so it can be further studied. I think it is important to hear expert testimony in this legislation so we, as parliamentarians, can better understand the positive impact it will have on Canadian trades. Madam Speaker, I will be proudly voting in favour of this legislation, and I encourage all the other members of this House to do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're here today to talk about Bill C-240, presented by Honourable Colleague for Essex. This Act amends the Income Tax Act so that tradespeople and apprentices may deduct from their taxes, or from their income rather, expenses related to travel. As my colleague for Joliette said, we are in favour of this bill. This is a bill that is full of common sense. This bill deals directly with the issue of fairness, and the Bloc Québécois is in favour of it. In fact, this bill allows for deductions of travel expenses when the taxpayer has qualified employment, or if they are an indentured apprentice, if they have to travel at least 120 kilometers away from their ordinary place of residence. Amounts expended by the taxpayer in the year for traveling to and from the job site, if they were required under the contract of employment to pay those expenses, did not receive an allowance in respect of those expenses not included in computing the taxpayer's income for the year, and does not claim those expenses as an income deduction, or a tax credit for the year under any other provision of this Act.
On rappelle un peu le contexte de l'industrie de la construction.
The context of the construction industry, which is an important industry in Quebec, and this is an important sector for its economic value, not only because they build real things like houses and buildings. Without this type of industry, we wouldn't have this magnificent chamber. $53 billion were invested in 2019, and 264,000 jobs, direct jobs, are generated on average per month. 1 out of 20 jobs in Quebec alone depends on this sector, as well as the thousands of other sectors that benefit from economic spin-offs. This bill comes forward in a special context for our economy. Currently, we're experiencing a labour shortage and inflation. Inflation, Madam Speaker, is now the primary concern of all Quebecers. We're talking about inflation for housing, for food, for basic food staples, and the price of gas. We proposed many measures in order to deal with the problems of the increased cost of gas, which affects workers significantly. This bill, C-241, would directly help tradespeople to do their work while they deal with these costs and increased fuel costs. if they have to travel for work, if they accept a contract far from their home, it makes sense to reimburse them for the expenses that they incurred in order to do that work. We know that inflation has many causes. Many causes, in fact. Government expenditures during the pandemic, which were necessary and which we supported. But they can explain part of the inflation we're experiencing. Then there's essential pieces of equipment that we are missing, which is creating bottlenecks. And we have problems with the supply chain. Those also cause significant problems. With inflation, there's also the war in Ukraine, an unfortunate situation, and the labor shortage that is deeply connected to the labor shortage and to inflation.
This labour shortage leads to higher wages, and this is a vicious cycle, brings us back to a construction issue. People couldn't find labour that is essential for our economy. So, if this bill can help workers, tradespeople to accept contracts far from home, we will support this bill. At the same time, for tradespeople are forced to refuse contracts that are too far from where they live because simply they would have to pay hundreds upon hundreds of dollars to simply accept this contract and physically go to the job. And so, logically, they refuse these contracts. And so, oftentimes, they've had to ask for EI, and they didn't want to because there was no job close enough to home. They didn't want to pay hundreds, if not thousands of dollars just to travel with these horrible gas prices in particular. So this bill will allow us to help with the labour shortage, but will allow workers, labourers, tradespeople to accept contracts, which would alleviate also the number of people asking for EI. These are significant sums, $347 million that will be saved in EI thanks to this bill. When it comes to economic context, when it comes to inflation, gas prices, when it comes to the economy and labour shortages, we believe that this bill will allow us to tackle these issues in a constructive way, in a tangible and concrete way, and we love that kind of thing. The Bloc Québécois moved a number of solutions to solve labour shortages. Immigration, we asked for transfers for temporary foreign workers programs. We wanted the jurisdiction to be Québécois because we know what we need. We also moved a better integration of senior and experienced workers. We also propose supporting technology that helps us with flexibility, which is one of the solutions for the labour market. The Federation of Independent Businesses mentioned it. This is one of the most significant solutions to the labour shortage issue. Flexibility. Another solution is to remove barriers to entry for staff. And often this barrier is the cost in accepting these contracts. If we allow workers in the construction industry to accept these contracts without that entry barrier, the accepting of the contract, which in this case is the cost to actually go to the work sites, then we will have solved another problem, the labour shortage once again. We also propose solutions against inflation, but not necessarily fighting inflation directly because the Bank of Canada, an independent body, already does it, but to protect people who are suffering from the consequences of inflation. We proposed assistance for labour shortage. My colleague for Longueuil Saint-Hubert is working on the matter. We proposed assistance to help families and other people who are suffering from inflation. But at the end of the day, what counts is being able to make the work market more flexible. by accepting more workers and by allowing extant workers to have access to jobs or contracts. So at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, what we want is better equity, we know that, but we also want to allow us to alleviate labour shortages for an industry that really and sorely needs it, the construction industry, which is essential, especially in Quebec. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat, debate. The Honourable Member for Essex for the right of reply.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I'll start out this way. They often say the best way to sell something is have everybody else sell it for you. And so to each and every one of the speakers today in the House, including my honourable colleague across the way, for just telling the truth. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it. We look forward to everybody's support, but I certainly appreciate today's support from the NDP, the Bloc Québécois, and of course, my Conservative colleagues. Madam Speaker, a gentleman by the name of Eric Niven. He was a friend, conservationist, avid angler and hunter, a man of many jokes, and indeed a man of many, many skilled trades. Himself passed away yesterday. And I want to say my condolences to Susie and to his family. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I want to give congratulations, rather, to Anthony Liardi, who is the newly elected MPP for Essex, and to Andrew Dowie, the newly newly MPP for Windsor-Tecumseh. And I bring them up specifically, Madam Speaker, because I know how hard they campaigned on skilled trades. I heard it time and time and time again. I saw it. They understand the importance of it for our region. And just like the Honourable Member from Windsor West spoke about, this is much larger than just Essex or Windsor West or Windsor-Tecumseh. This truly, Bill C-241, is Canada-wide. I also would be very remiss, Madam Speaker, if I did not thank the member for Carleton. So when the member for Carleton was the Shadow Minister for Finance, I went up to him and spoke to him about this, and I asked him what his thoughts were, and he said, make darn sure whatever you do, you make it a tax deduction. So I want to thank the member for Carleton, and I also want to congratulate the member of Carleton, as it is his birthday today. Certainly I have to thank the Canadian building trades unions. I've had extensive conversations with many of the CBTU union heads, and then, quite frankly, people on the ground, and they've been really instrumental in helping me gather information, understanding what the real needs are, and how to make this bill even that much stronger. And specifically, and I've mentioned him before, Tommy Halkinen, for being well, I'll say a thorn on my side, but it's probably one of the best thorns he could have been to make sure that we brought this forward, as well as Carl Lovett. Thank you both gentlemen so much. And I guess I would just leave you with this, Madam Speaker. You don't have to look very far when you go to the new Gordie Howe Bridge. And I visited there last week. And I got an opportunity and a chance to meet with, I call it the boots on the ground, and the amazing folks from a vast variety of skilled trades. And to see the work that they're doing is absolutely remarkable. But further than that, come 2025, they're going to need a place to go. And we have lots of jobs across Canada. And I think we need to be doing work now to ensure that their travel expenses are taken care of when the new bridge is built. Madam Speaker, thank you again to each and every one of you in this House. I'm super excited. It's a great Friday. And thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Lewis, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moved that Bill C-241, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, deduction of travel expenses for tradespersons, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
If a member of a recognised party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the Chair.
The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
I'd like to request a recorded division, Madam Speaker.
Great.
Pursuant to the order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, the 8th of June 2022 at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
It being 2:09, la Chambre s'ajourne jusqu'à
The House
adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.